Okay, hello everybody, welcome to this live stream and to the very first seconds of me live streaming in this channel. So I can see already some people here, which is great. So welcome all the people who have joined in. And I still have to figure out some things, so this stream might be a little bit, not perfect yet. For example, I don't know where I can see who's online right now, things like that. I have to figure out over time. But welcome, Shubham. I can see you have also written, so welcome to the stream. And yeah, thanks, Shubham. Thank you. Wishing me all the best. So yeah, let's get started. So what I want to basically do here in this stream, just to summarize that quickly, I plan to basically, I've started as an indie iOS developer just last week, and I plan to do some of my work open source and also some of my work on Livestream. I thought, makes sense to do the open source part Livestream, as that's going to be open anyways. And also sometimes I just write small little hobby project kind of apps that I thought makes sense that I basically also stream them live. And this gives everyone the option to basically watch over my or look over my shoulders and learn here and there how I'm working. And also this gives me obviously the option to like have people correct me if I do something wrong or something like that, especially on open source. Maybe someone might be interested in a specific case. So yeah, that's basically the introduction I just want to give here, and everything else maybe we can just do as we're going. So I also didn't prepare that much. I basically I shared it also on Twitter. Let me show you basically the only thing I prepared. So you should see my screen and all that. And this is the only thing I actually prepared, which is just like a list of things. And this is the first project I want to work on in the stream. And over time, I plan to have basically streams on Wednesdays and on Fridays. On Fridays, I'm going to focus on open source work like frameworks or pull requests that people have put on some of my frameworks that I have already online, or some things, some new kind of tools that I might be working on that are also frameworks and things like that online. And yeah, that's going to be basically the Friday focus. On Wednesday, which is today, I'm going to focus on an app, and each time the app is going to be, not each time it's going to be different, but basically I plan to have like different kinds of projects over time. So once this project is completed, I'm expecting this not to be going forever, or maybe I might also get distracted because something else might be more important to me. Basically, I'm writing these apps for myself. I'm also probably going to release it. As you can see, I wrote here, note that I'm building this just for my own usage, but I will be open sourcing. So this specific app, in this case, I will be open sourcing. That's also why I call it Open Focus Timer. And I might also upload it to the App Store if it's like good enough to make sense to be uploaded there, if other people are interested. So we will see how that's going. Yeah, any questions so far? I see not many people writing yet, but yeah, that's also like just the start of it. And I hope that there will be people who will join in. I'm also going to upload the end result of this stream on YouTube at some point. On Twitch, you can still see it for 2 weeks, so it's going to be a video on demand there, so people can also look it up later. But basically, I'm planning to also upload it on YouTube, so people can basically watch the creation of an entire application from start to finish, which I think is going to be very helpful for some people to see like all the different steps. And in my own opinion, the two reasons why somebody might watch this is to learn something, or just to see how someone else is working, or especially for beginners. This could also be interesting to see like what iOS development feels like what kind of things, tasks and things I'm doing while developing an app. And that's like the two things I think this can be useful to look it up also later on YouTube. Cool, so I will just get started, and And yeah, we will start, I think, by having a look at these features here. Let's go through them. So it's maybe also clear to anybody who's watching this what I thought about creating here and what problem I'm trying to solve. And yeah, you can see I already split it into two parts. First part is key features. So as some background history, I actually, when I started working as an indie developer and I started focusing on my first app and like prioritizing things and structuring my time and things like that, I noticed that I want to really know afterwards how much time I invested onto a specific project. I also wanted to know what kind of time I invested. So for example, to create an app, I have to sometimes invest time into design. Sometimes I have to invest time into development. Sometimes it's more like architecture. And if you're an indie developer, you're also like, you have to deal with law things and with like planning other kinds of stuff, with managing things, with marketing, with all the different things that are around this. And I basically just want to know how much time I invest on the different parts, so I can learn from that. I can first see like, okay, maybe I'm investing too much time into, oh, somebody's falling, Orhanova is falling, thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome to the stream. And yeah, where was I? Basically, I want to be able to analyze how I'm investing my time to be able to become more efficient over time. And maybe also to reflect a little. And like on end of every week, I'm planning to like reflect. I've done this already after my first week. I basically sat down and went through the notes I made, and I made those notes on Notion. So this program, if you don't know it, this is actually the called Notion. It's an online application. You can just go to, let me just show you, notion.so. That's the web page if you're interested. So it's a paid service, but you can use it. It's like freemium model. You can use it for free for yourself. So personal usage is free, and that's how I'm using it also here. So this is free, and the cool thing is you can actually share these things, and it has a lot of features, and you can share them also online. So that's what I did here. I just copied that link and actually created a command on Twitch. So you can just write _project, and you will get a link to this document. So you can at any time look up the document if you're like, if you want to have a look at it again. And yeah, what I did for myself is I just created a new document here. Let's create one. I chose like the calendar type, and I just added here new entries, and I just summarized here things like summary. Let's do the title. I said like, okay, I did this today. Then I had another section which was basically the learnings I had while doing this, or the problems or ideas I had. The problems is a different section, so maybe I had a new idea while working on something else, and it's always great to write that down. Then I had another section which was problems or blockers, so things that basically stop you from being able to continue or complete something. So that was the next thing. And yeah, I think that's basically the things that I wrote down, and this really helps to review basically afterwards and reflect what you've done. And another thing I did is here you can also add like different kinds of fields. The Notion is, I don't want to really get into details of Notion. There's also great documentation on the Notion website itself, but there is a feature here where you can just add a column, a field. This is like a table where you can also specify different kinds. And for example, I can do here programming as a category, and I can call this category, not tags. So for those people who are actually listening, am I audible? Can you hear me well? Is the background music too loud or something? Or can you not hear it maybe? If there's any issues, please write it in the chat so I can correct any mistakes, as this is the first stream. And I don't want to see like afterwards that everything actually was not working properly in the stream. So this is the category. And yeah, this is basically something that I was using. And my idea is, or the problem I have with this is that this is really hard to, like, if I create this, oh no, I forgot to save it. Where is it somewhere? Yeah, here it is. It's untitled, but the content is gone. Anyways, having a look at these data afterwards is not really, great overview. So what I want to create first is basically an app that replaces this kind of calendar, and that's the focus timer. Basically, I also tried different apps online. So 2 apps I tried, which also I can basically recommend if it serves your use case. One is the session app, the other one is Bluebird, and both of these apps I actually tried out. Session app, let's see if we can find it. Session Pomodoro, maybe that will help. There we go, stayinsession.com. and Bluebird app. So to show you basically the apps that I've already seen, and also kind of that are inspiration for this app. So this is the session app, which I used actually for the first couple of days. And you can see here you have like a timer, and that's one screen that I want to create in the new app. So we want to have a timer. You're going to be able to like set a specific time, and then the timer will just count down, and once it's over, it will tell you, okay, you should take a break now. At the same time, it will also record that you invested the time for that timer during that time. So that's that. And also they have like history and statistics and things like that, where you can clearly see where you worked, how much you worked, on what times of day you worked. You can see like the amount of work you've done, especially interesting for indie iOS developers or indie developers in general. But also this can be useful for like if you're working for a company, you might just want to know how you work to also analyze your own, how you work and become faster and more efficient. So also a way to look at that. And yeah, this has a nice UI and things like that. And actually I like it. The only problem with this app was that it basically stores all the data on their servers, and it's not encrypted in any way. So, and the problem is all the notes that I write there, like which I showed you like here, where I put my learnings and all those kind of stuff, also my thoughts. I just don't want it to be accessible by anybody else. So I want to just basically be secure. And that's basically why I couldn't use this. Also, this was not a native or fully native app. This is a native app, but yeah, I could see that some of those UIs were not created. They didn't feel that, that's how to put it. They didn't feel, hello, Julia. Julia, welcome to the stream, and thank you for a thumbs up. Thank you very much. Thank you, Samigun. Thank you very much. Also, yeah, of course, people I know there joining at the beginning of the stream. So welcome everybody. Cool, so that was the issue with this app. Then I tried out the Bluebird app. This is not the right one. Here we go, I think this is the right one. Yeah, this is the Bluebird app, and it's also great. There's just very clear issues here. This just doesn't have that kind of note feature where you can like add a note at the end of the session. So that's just missing here. And also they don't have a Mac app yet. And I basically want to see also my like the data synchronized automatically to my Mac, or I basically want to use the Mac app as the first one. I don't really need it on my iPhone, but of course, if it's working on the iPhone as well, that would be great. And that's also part of the plan. So that's the 2 inspirational apps, but there's a lot of Pomodoro apps and time tracking apps and things like that out there. But yeah, my specific use case basically written down here, just for myself as well. Key features, a Pomodoro timer, where I can also say like X minute left alarms. I can set it up myself. Then I want to have like an auto-completing task name. So when I basically say what I'm working on in this Pomodoro time or in this working time, I want to have it to auto-complete if I used already something that was the same, because you typically do the same thing for a long time. Then I have the custom length feature, yeah, so you can change the length of the Pomodoro timer. And yeah, I think this was meant as 5 minutes before the timer ends, I can already get reminded, okay, you only have 5 minutes left, so I can clean up some work. If I, for example, if it's the end of the day, I might want to clean up something, so I can set up this alarm. This is different from the custom length. Next feature was that I want to add is categories, so I can see in the end in statistics and filter by different categories. For example, as I said, coding sessions or other kind of design sessions, things like that. And yeah, maybe it makes sense to have a color for each and an icon. Oh, Samigun is following. Thank you for following. Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. So yeah, if you have any questions, by the way, be it on the project I'm looking for or also on any other kind of things that I've done, like work in the open source community and things like that, or my opinion on iOS topics or something like that, feel free to write and just ask me. That's why I'm streaming also, so we can have a chat. Cool, so on the categories, I want to make them editable by color and by icon. And so you can define your own and you can specify icons. For icons, I could, for example, go for the icon system provided by Apple called SF Symbols. And we have also, I basically also want it to be two-dimensional. That's also one of the features missing on the Bluebird app, is that you can define tasks that you work on, but you cannot put them on a different level. For example, say like I have a project, it's called, I don't know, the Open Focus Timer app. And then I have subtasks. One is design for this app, the other is coding for this app, and then I have design and coding for another app. And it's not possible to separate them. You have to like create a lot of tasks then, and this is kind of, yeah, cumbersome to do that. And so I want to have it like you can create multiple kinds of levels here for categories as well, so you can basically have them in a hierarchy in some way. I have to think about the details here. Then reflection, which is at the end of each Pomodoro or work session. Basically, I want the app to ask you for a summary for the problems and blockers and for the learnings you had during that session. So you get like kind of a completing thing. And actually one thing that's missing here that I have to add also, that I also didn't explain here, what I have also on my apps is another thing, which is called next steps. So on my private Notion, I mean, next steps. And this is very useful because sometimes you just have to, especially if you use a timer, you have to just stop working while you were at doing something. And then, so you get into back into it again fast. It's always great to write down something like, I don't know, if you just were in the process of writing a specific code, for example, you can say like continue finishing up the method, I don't know, to string something, could be code related. Or you basically write down like continue with the next information architecture, which is like a design kind of step for feature X, something like that. So you just write down for yourself, what's the next step to continue? And that's another thing that I want to add. So let's add that actually to this document, because it's missing reflection, free text, free for progress, for problems, blockers, learnings, and next steps. Or next step, just one step. So let's bring this back into one line, or let's just say summary. Cool. Next feature is a history. So basically, to reflect a longer period of time, you want to have some kind of scrollable list of all the sessions that you had, also grouped in the best case by days, by weeks, by months, so you can have a look at those one by one and just scroll through them and see like what you worked on. You can just click each of them, so history. And lastly, statistics, so you can basically see which category you worked on, how much time or how much you worked on those specific periods of time overall, and things like that. So that's the key features I want to work on. And yeah, I'm not going to, because this is a open source project, and also it's like a project just for myself. It's not supposed to make a lot of money or something like that. I'm not going to invest a lot of time into every part of this. Ahoy, Jihad, everything going smoothly so far. Thank you, Big Batsons or Stabbed. So welcome to the stream. And thank you also for explaining to me or confirming that everything was working tech-wise. Also, great to hear that. Of course, I played around with everything a little bit, and yeah, I'm happy that it's all working as I have tested it. But I had actually sometimes the camera just turning off. I don't know if that's normal with Logitech cameras, but I hope it's not going to happen during stream. So statistics, last thing, and this is the features that I want to work on. And then there can be optional features for which I already kind of mentioned, like a sync via iCloud, so I can sync the data from iOS to Mac app, so it's always in sync. But yeah, this would require, in my opinion at least, or the way I want to do it, encryption. So it basically, so if you want to use it on both apps, you have to somehow scan a secret, like with a QR code. For example, when you sign in on the Mac, you have to scan the QR code or send the QR code from the iOS app that you've signed in first. So basically it can be end-to-end encrypted. That's the kind of way I want to do this, because I believe in, yeah, basically every kind of sensitive data, every kind of user input that's not supposed to be shared with the public should also be really only be accessible by the person who has entered the data, and that's only possible via end-to-end encryption. That's the way I want to develop this. And yeah, it goes along with that to have that end-to-end encrypted, maybe with a kind of reminder to back up the secret key in case you lose all the devices where you have signed in. You still want to access your data, right? So maybe it makes sense to back up the secret key, and I want to also remind users to do that. But that's, again, optional feature just in case I get there. And then maybe it also makes sense to make all the data exportable. So in case someone wants to have a look at it on a different kind of app that's maybe more specialized, that maybe has more features than this simple app is going to have, they should be able to export. And I thought about CSV, which is, I think, very common, and also JSON, which is very common for developers at least. And maybe also a representation as an image of the statistics. For example, if I show like the month statistic, that you can share it on social media or just back it up on your photos or something like that. So that's the whole scope of the app that I want to develop here in the stream, and not just in the stream, but generally on Twitch streams on Wednesdays. And this is the first app that I want to start with. Cool. So then I would say let's get started. And I actually haven't done anything else than this document. So I will be really starting from scratch here. And you will be seeing every single step that the typical iOS developer, or at least me, is doing. So the very first thing we have to do is create the project we want to work on. Typically, just to say this, when I work on a product that I want to sell, I start with design processes first. So I first start thinking about, okay, well, who are my users? What are I going to do with this app and things like that? In this case, so because I'm the only user and yeah, I just want to solve my problems, and I have these problems every day. I don't really have to think about those things, and I also don't want to invest a lot of time there. So let's just get started coding right away, and that part I will start here. And I can actually start by creating the project in Xcode, which is the IDE, the integrated development environment that we're using for iOS development. Or I could go to GitHub and create the repository where I will basically be saving all the data first. And it really doesn't matter in which order we do this. So I would just say new repository, and let's call this Open Focus Timer. I can add a description here. So what's actually the focus timer with? Let's just list the different features that we're planning. Let's say Pomodoro timer with categories, reflection, history, and statistics. Let's just do it as easy as that. Yeah, let's make it public from the start. And I will not be doing any of these things. Typically you want to do those things, maybe except for the license. You can actually add that right away. Let's do that actually. And for the license, I'm going to choose, I already thought about this. Where is it? GPL? No, see, here we go. GPL version 3. It's a furrow. Okay, I have to Google this. Or we do something wrong. Is this the GPL free license? I never heard this word FRO. GPL free. Okay, GPL free is a left copy license, which I typically select. This is the one. This basically permits, this allows everyone to have a look at the code, everyone to also contribute to the project, but this doesn't allow to include the code from the project in a software where you basically have a different license, potentially selling the app. So basically what I don't want to happen is someone, let's just go for GPL v2. I think that's basically the same thing. v2. Yeah, that should be safe as well. Yeah, what was I? Yeah, basically what this prevents is that someone just copies your code, sells it, and makes money with it. That's something that I just don't want to happen. I don't want anyone pay for this, what I'm doing here for open source. And if it's paid, it should be paid to me, obviously, because I'm creating this code. I think that's just fair. And yeah, let's create this. So this is the repository on GitHub. It just has a license file, and I'm actually going to create the project on Xcode next. So let's create a project on Xcode, new project. I want to have an app, and I want it to be on iOS, on macOS, both of them, so you can see the different platforms here. So I'm going to choose multi-platform app, and let's just click next. Product name, we just call it Open Focus Timer. I want to use core data, which is like the database library provided by Apple. And yeah, that's going to be needed to store all the history. And yeah, for an app like this where you store a lot of data, you need a database. So we're adding core data, which is the default one from Apple, in the developer folder, and not creating Git repo because we did that already here on GitHub. So let's create that. And here's our app. Let's run it just to see how this looks like. So let's run it on an iPhone 13. So I just click, you can see my commands that I do, like Command R was what I just clicked. You can see them on the top left here. So that should help you always know what I'm doing in case you're not, because you're not seeing my hand. And here's the simulator starting. The app won't do much. I think it will just print hello world or so. Oh, this actually does something already. So I can actually add, yeah, that's created because it's a core data application. It creates that already. This is like an empty kind of app created by Apple automatically. And we can also run it on Mac. I just have to select a target for Mac. And let's run it here. Just to see that everything is working. Build succeeded. So you can always track the progress here, what's happening right now. App is starting, you can see the app here, Open Focus Timer. And this is the application, so by default we can just create these entries, we can click on them, and then we just see their name. This is basically the app that Apple has created for us. But obviously that's not very useful. So let's stop both of them. Yeah, this has stopped. This has also stopped. Now let's connect these two. So I want to store the project I created in this Git repository. So I'm just going to copy, in my case, the SSH one, because my account connects to GitHub via SSH, which is more secure than HTTPS. I'm using a Git tool called Git Fork. So if you're interested in that, you can find it here. It's free for evaluation. So it used to be completely free, but then the developers went full time on this, and now it's paid, and you can use it for free for basically indefinite amount of time. But if you make money with it, you should pay it, and that's basically also what I recommend doing. And it's a great tool, but you can use any other GUI. What I'm doing here, or GUI is graphical user interface. What I'm doing here is nothing special. It's just the default Git stuff, and I'm going to clone the project first. So I'm cloning it, and I actually think that, yeah, let's clone the project in the developer folder and open focus timer, which I think already is created because we just created the, yeah, this is the Xcode project, same folder. Maybe I shouldn't have done it at the same time. Let's just rename it and close Xcode, obviously. Okay, now we're checking it out in that folder, and the repository currently only has this license file. We can also have a look at it by clicking here and open a Finder. So it only has a license file in it, and I'm just going to move this project now into it. And actually I'm going to rename this to app. So this is like the app, and you can find all the things here. And I'm going to just, do some more cleanup things, but let's first make that commit. And before we make the commit, it's always important on Git, and that's one of the first things I do in every project, is to add a Git Ignore, because as you can see, it's currently adding a lot of files that shouldn't be added to the project, which are related to the settings for how I set up the UI, the user interface state in Xcode and things like that. We don't want to commit this because otherwise this will be changing for every developer who's downloading, and also some other files like the store file. This is only needed for Mac to like remember what I last did in the Finder in this folder and things like that. And we want to ignore these in Git in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just add a Git Ignore file, and there is great like ready Git Ignore files on GitHub you can find here just on a GitHub Git Ignore. And you can go to global here first. That's always what I do, and select the platform you're working on, which is macOS in my case, which is at the very bottom. And I just copy the contents of this file. You can see like the different files typically on a Mac that you never want to commit, and DS store is part of them. So I just copy this. And editing, I have to add it to the Git Ignore file, which doesn't exist at the moment. So how I create the Git Ignore file, because Xcode doesn't really support creating files that start with a dot, which are hidden files. I'm using Atom for this, which is another code editor, which basically works for any kind of language. You can download it here. It's also open source. It's available on as far as I know, also for Windows and Linux as well. And it integrates with Git forks. So I just say open Atom, and then it opens the project folder automatically. So there we go. Here you can see the full project structure. I'm just going to create a new file, and that's the Git Ignore file I'm creating, not in the app folder. It's just called .gitignore. Dot always means that the file itself is hidden. So if I actually show the folder here, you can see I can't see the Git Ignore file, but I can always set up the Finder app to show hidden files as well, which is requires a shortcut, which is this one here, Shift Command dot, and then you can see all the files hidden by dot, and you can unhide and hide them. I typically keep it on so I can see them always. That's a Git Ignore file. I'm just copying in the code that I copied from GitHub here. So this is the, you can add comments via writing it like this, and I'm just calling this macOS. So it's clear that I copied the macOS Git Ignore here. Now we go back to the very top and we search for Swift. Not Objective-C, here Swift, because that's the language we're writing in. And you can see even more things here, which are related to different kind of things you can do in the app. I just copy it. This is for Swift. I just paste it here. And this is always a great starting point to start with on any project, and I could just commit that. I typically do some adjustments because I'm not using Carthage. I can remove all the Carthage part. I'm not using CocoaPods. I can remove that part. I'm not using Accio. So these are dependency managers, and this file has it for all possible dependency managers, but I'm not using the others. I'm using Swift Package Manager for downloading the dependencies, the framework. So I'm just going to stick with that. I'm also not doing any code injection. I might use Fastlane later, so let's keep these things in. And what else do we have? These are things that I can always keep, they never hurt. Looks good to me. So saving this, very important if you're using Atom. It's not saving by default. You will always see, like if I make a change here, you will see a blue dot here, which just indicates it's not saved yet. And if you just close it, it's not saved. So saving it. Now let's go to fork, and we can see the DS store files and things like that. They are gone now. So these things I can add. This all looks good. I think this is all the defaults created by Apple. So I will just stage everything. And if you don't know Git, I can't teach it here, but basically unstaged means it's changes that you haven't confirmed that you want to save them. Staged is changes you want to confirm that you want to change, you want to basically save them because you have had a look at them. I didn't have a look now at the details, but yeah, this is the initial Xcode project created for multi-platform targets. So explaining what I'm doing here, and it always warns me because the commit message is too long, and I actually want to change the setting because I actually think that low limit of 50 is not that much. Let's go for 80, and high limit, let's just do 80. Oh, Ronin6385, thank you for following and welcome to the stream. So how are you doing? Feel free to write and ask any questions. I'd like to know basically what your backgrounds are, if you are actually also developers, or if you're just joining in to have a look at how this works or what I'm doing because you're curious. Yeah, I'm curious to know. So please write in the chat and feel free to ask me anything. And again, thank you for following. So this is the initial commit I'm doing for basically saving the changes. And it's very important if you're a beginner, it's very important to always save any changes and always do it when you've done or completed a specific step, which in this case is creating a project in Xcode. So this is the first commit I made, and I'm going to push it to the main branch. And then just to confirm that it all worked out, let's go back to GitHub and let's go to my project here and see, yeah, we have now the app and the Git Ignore, and you can see like the basic structure created here. So what's the next step? So this one is something I'm going to keep open. We're going to need it. Let me full screen it and just swipe away. We will also need the browsers here and there because software development is a lot about researching things, because software development means that you're using a lot of code that others have written. You're using a lot of functions, a lot of frameworks. You can't do everything from the ground up. There's like thousands or hundreds of thousands of developers who have already developed things that you're going to reuse. And basically, you're going to have to research how to reuse these things. Is it possible to have a cloud solution to code in, or something that syncs every X seconds or minutes? Cloud solution to code in, actually there is something that I know, it's called GitHub Spaces. Just one example, I think there are multiple of these, but GitHub Code Spaces, yeah, that's basically you can code in the cloud. And if I'm informed correctly, this is using VS Code as the integrated development environment, so IDE. And this is basically VS Code in the cloud. There's also others. If you just search for code in the cloud, you will find more or alternatives to GitHub Code Spaces, but this is definitely something that's very, very popular. I hope this answers your question. Stabbed. And for your information also, if you want to code in the cloud, you can typically run these things, especially if it's a web app, very easily. And it also integrates with GitHub, in this case, GitHub Code Spaces, because if you find a project that supports this, you can actually, let me see if I can maybe find one. Explore. Megasync. Looks like they are using it, for example. And you can actually just click a button here and you can just edit and code right away. I'm just not sure where that button is. Was it just dot? Yeah, it was just dot. So I just clicked the dot on the keyboard, and it converts, or it opens the project in this cloud development environment. And this is basically how you can get started right away. And obviously you have to learn how to use this, but yeah, that's a hint I can give you. So let me add GitHub code spaces. Just add the link to the chat. Oops. Okay, somehow pasting doesn't work. Oh, there we go. Cool, let's get back to coding. And I think we just committed the first commit, and then next step is basically to set up the project for further development. And the easiest way, I also open a project, or typically I open a project differently, but somehow it's not showing up. Okay, let's just do it that way. So this is our project, and this now has a structure. And yeah, for apps, it's very important, or for any kind of larger software project, it's very important that you have a good architecture that scales well, that you can test very well, that also others kind of understand because it's documented well. And it's always good to select a architecture that is well known in like the community or something like that. And one thing that you can always opt for is, or one thing that let's put it right, the thing that I'm opting for is something created by Point3, which is basically two people, these two, who are developing or teaching how to write great software in Swift. And they basically wrote something called the Swift Composable Architecture. And this is the architecture that I typically go for at the moment because it's very, very good. It's very well thought through. It's kind of complicated to set up and also to first grasp, but it's not as complicated as some other architectures that are also very scaling very well. And this, I think, is the one that solves the testability part the best way in iOS world, at least. So I'm actually going to apply this one here in this project, which is kind of maybe too much for this little project, but I want to try it. I'm not 100% sure. If there was a lot of iOS developers now in the chat, I would actually like to discuss what you think would make sense for this project, but I think there isn't, so I'm just going to go for this. And also they presented another thing, which is just one of their last videos, this modularization part 1, where they basically show you how you can split down a app into very, very small features that you can build independently and also test independently from each other, which I haven't tried this out in a larger project yet. And I think a toy project like this is a very good place to start and just try it out. And yeah, that's also one of the things that I will try out in this project. And as I haven't really done it yet in like a detailed way, I just tried it out to see how it is set up. It could be that there will be some issues that we have while we're doing this, so yeah, bear with me and learn with me to see if there's any issues there. But let's first include this composable architecture, and actually I might be doing it in one step. Yeah, let's do it in one step. Let's do the modularization first and include the composable architecture. So let me try to remember, but we also have, I think modularization part 1 is 3 episodes. Yeah, we can see the full text here. So basically we have to, I think they're going through this with an already implemented application, so they have to restructure it, which is quite different from what I plan to do here because we have a new app. But yeah, there was this app feature. I think I remember more or less how this worked. So they started with the command line. So let's actually open the command line in the project, which I do also through this app, because it then brings me automatically in the into the right folder. So let me show you what this will do. So this is terminal. I can typically open the terminal. I can change the directory and go to developer. and I can go into the open focus timer that we just created, and you will see that it shows, okay, we're now in the folder open focus timer. But if I close this and I just go to git fork, and I just say open a terminal for here, because I'm in the focus timer project, it will just go right away into this folder, and this is just the shortcut that I'm taking. Cool, let's get started. And I think the first thing you need to do is just say Swift package init, which creates a package manifest. You'll see it creates also a lot of code and things like that. And let me actually close this project here. And let's go back to the finder of this project. Let's open this fully. So now it has created this tests and sources and the package manifest. And if I just double click this, we'll see the package, and in the package we can see the app as well. So it thinks the app directory is part of the package, which we have to fix. And I think the fix was just creating a package, a Swift file here, which is just called package.swift. So it will think that the app is a package itself, and in the outer package it will ignore the inner package. I think this has to be a valid package declaration. So yeah, this is the package declaration to include dependencies. And I'm just going to copy it. Oh, let's actually import the description as well. Let's just copy the whole thing. Paste it here. We don't need these comments. And actually, let's add a comment here stating that this package manifest file is only here. It is only for hiding the app project in Xcode. So I'll explain later, but basically we want to hide this here in this package. Instead, we want to open the project later. So let's just remove the name here. Doesn't need any products. No dependencies needed. No targets needed. And actually, I think we can bring this all in one line. So yeah, it easily fits into one line. Note that I have done some Xcode settings changes, which I always do when I install Xcode, because I don't like some of the defaults. Most of them are fine. And for example, the line numbers didn't used to be active by default. Now it is active by default, but I also like to have the code ribbon, code folder ribbon, which is basically if I go here, this thing here, if I hover this, I can just fold it like this. I like that. And also I go to editing, and always, this is not checkmarked by default, which means that if you create like a new line like this and then another one, you will have white spaces here. And this is really, yeah, something I don't like to have. It can create merge conflicts and things like that. So I just check this, and now when I do this and create another one, I go up, you can see there's no, I can't go right, it's not possible. And I like to use indentation too, which is also something that I have already set up before, because I always do this first once I have installed Xcode. And I think that's about it. I don't really do much changes. I have done some changes to make the text bigger for the stream, but that's just for me as a streamer. You don't need that. So this is the changes I made to the settings, but this is now the empty package.swift file that we need to add to the app. And now what we can do is if we close this and we just open it again, yeah, you can see the app folder disappear. Now let me actually drink something. My throat is getting dry. Okay. So this is solved now, and next we want to set up the whole project. And I think the way they did it is we always open the app project and we include the package into the app project. That's somehow how they solved it. So let me open that project. So here we don't see the package, but what we can do is, let me close these. We can just hover over the folder here, and the whole folder we can add to the project. And it will recognize, Xcode will recognize, you can see it by the symbol here, that this is a Swift package. So this is all part of, this is all explained in this video. So let me also share this link here in case someone is interested. Point 3 modularization. Okay, so this they really go into details and explain how this works, what I'm doing here. I'm just going the short way. I just watched it recently, so I remember these things. So this is the package, and we're going to add all the different modules, the different features, the different parts of the app into this package. And the app itself will really not hold that much. Actually, it will not hold anything else but the app entry, which is this here. This is the app. This just creates a content view. This is SwiftUI code now. And this basically makes the app start. And it's marked as at main, which means this is the main entry point of the application. So this is run when the system starts the app. Everything else, like the content view, which is, if I run this, you can see a preview. This, the persistence and everything else basically is things that we're going to extract into the OpenFocus Timer package, or the different packages below here. And yeah, you can see the preview now. This is the macOS preview. If I change to iOS, you will see the iOS preview. Let's resume that. So this is SwiftUI code. And the interesting thing is going to be, this is the database, the core data database that we chose when we created the project. The interesting thing I haven't tried out yet is if this is going to work fine, if it's included into a Swift package. So we will just try that out and see how things are going. I know that assets are supported, and I hope Xcode will just figure it out properly. I have already tried it out with images, which is the assets that you can add here. It does work there, but Xcode, the core data, we will see. So let's clean up the project actually, and we want to keep the test project. We want to also keep the two apps. I like to call the targets of applications just app, and because we have different targets here, I'm just going to call this iOS app. Now we have here the macOS app. We could also call it Mac app. Let's stick with platform, it's more consistent. So we have an iOS app, a macOS app, and then we have the tests for the iOS app tests, macOS app tests, and the target here is macOS app, this is iOS. Okay, this looks fine, and sometimes you have to fix some things. One thing that Xcode produces by default is the version 1.0. We want to go for semantic versioning, so I'm setting this to 1.0.0. So somewhere, if you're interested what that is, this is semantic versioning. It basically specifies how the versioning of software should be done or could be done. Cigarette filter, welcome. Thank you for your follow. Thank you very much. So yeah, how are you doing? Also, let me ask you too, basically, what makes you what brought you into the stream, and what's your background? Are you interested in any kind of development? Are you a developer yourself? What's your background? It's always great to know, so I can adjust accordingly. So semantic versioning is the way to how you can version your app, and it basically has these three parts: major, minor, patch. And for some reason Apple just goes for 1.0, which is basically like major and patch, or major and minor, or minor and patch, and not clear. But I like to go to the standard. Let me also post the standard semantic versioning in the chat. Cool. And that's why I changed it to 1.0. Same here. The project name can stay OpenFocus Timer. That's the project name. We have the targets, iOS app, macOS app, and this is the platform. This is tests iOS. I prefer iOS tests, and also without any white spaces because they can create problems sometimes. and the test code themselves, I think. Yeah, the name here isn't really great. Let's just call them sample tests for now, because there are no real tests. We will add new tests later, and also the setup, tear down, test example. I know all these things. This is just for starters to know how to get started, but I will just keep this empty for now. I will add them later. And also let's rename the file accordingly, sample tests. Do we need to call it macOS? I'm curious if that makes any sense. I think they have different targets. Maybe Xcode might get confused in the cache files if we don't name them differently. Just to be sure, we could name them differently. Are we going to have actually tests that are different for macOS than for iOS? It's a good question. I think if I follow the TCA method, I might still have some differences. Well, let's keep them separate, but at the same time, I want to have shared. That's a good question that I have to figure out how to write, like split the tests across multiple. But if we test the, modules themselves, we will actually not need the overall app test itself. Maybe we will write UI tests at some point. Yeah, I will actually just delete the test targets themselves too, because we will have tests in the packages. Yeah, let's do that. So I just have the entry point kind of targets, which is for the platforms. Okay, one thing that's also very important to set up, let's delete these as well, before I forget that. And this one as well. Okay, one thing that is very important to do at the beginning of every app is to set the deployment target. And I used to, specifically for apps that are like open source, not supposed to make like reach a whole lot of users. This is just like a toy project. So I would just go for the latest major version of the app, operating system. So 12.2 is the current one. I will go for 12.0. 12 is the major version. Same for iOS, I will go for iOS 15. This allows me to use the latest frameworks, which are updated each year. But yeah, basically, if I went further down, like 11, I would support also everyone who hasn't upgraded to iOS, macOS, in this case 12 yet, which means I just reach more people. But I'm assuming that most will update anyways at some point. And same for iOS 15, but this allows me to not have to think about compatibility when I want to use new APIs, new features of the platforms. And also, it's always possible to get back and support an older version afterwards. Not always, maybe we should use that word, but it is possible to do that for specific features. If you're not basing the whole app around a specific API that is only available here, then you should be able to add also compatibility afterwards if needed. Okay, so this allows me to use SwiftUI free features. That's the main reason why I'm doing this. I don't think we have to change much of the other settings. I will just keep them as is. Then here as well, no big changes. Working for iPhone and iPad. No need for Mac Catalyst, which turns an iOS app into a Mac app because we're supporting Mac apps directly. Oh, I can see it's overriding the deployment target that I set up here. It's overriding it here, so let me just delete it, which will make it default to what I have specified here. I just have to go back and then it will update. And same here, do we specify a version? Let me go for 15.2, yeah, this is also specified explicitly. Let's just remove it. And then if I go for deployment target, we have to choose all. By default, it's doing basic, but I personally want to always see all. So deployment target is set to 15 now, like we want it to be. Cool, this is looking good. macOS 12. What else? Yeah, this is the basic things. This is the shared thing. I think we don't need this. I would just call this app. Do we have difference between different platforms? Not yet clear. I'll just call it app. We have, okay, let's actually have a look at this. I don't want to have app AI. Okay, now we have app. This is also not great. How can we solve this, make this look better? Maybe this is the name of the project. Or this is just the wrapper for opening the application. Yeah, this is naming issue, so I really care a lot about naming. Most people would just go with this app thing. I don't like this because it's duplicate, and I want it to be clear and also logical. So this is technically, this is the project. Let's just make it this way. We can change it still later. So this is open focus timer. And I think I should close the Xcode project first. Okay, it's closing itself. Now let's reopen. There we go. Get a macOS app sources. And then we have open focus timer in here, which in this case is a package though. Okay, we will clean this up. Let's actually make an entry point package for each platform. So I will just delete all this. We will have targets in here, and also let me actually apply the 2 spaces here. Okay, the first product we have is a library. Let's call it the Mac. Yeah, the Mac content, or is it just the entry point? Let's just call it app entry point. App entry point. We'll call the target also app entry point. And I always put a comma for any list that I write because this prevents merge conflicts at the end of lists. So, and this is also allowed by Swift. It doesn't show a warning. Dependencies, let's not add them yet, but this has a target called app entry point. And we might need to add dependencies here later. That's already structured that way. So this, let's keep this empty for now. Then this is the app entry point, and let's create this app entry point. So in order to create it, we have to create a new folder here in the sources, call it app entry point, and it has to have at least one Swift file. And I will just call it app entry point for now. Actually, this is, I think, in the end, the content view here. So let's just extract this for now. Oh, no, let's keep it there. Let's just move it like this. Then I can remove this file. So this is going to be app entry point. We can see it has dependency to SwiftUI and core data. I believe that this will just work out fine because these are frameworks from the platforms themselves. No need for adding them as dependencies. Okay. Then we are continuing. We extracted basically already now the entry point of the app. This is not complete yet. This will not compile. And the interesting thing is that because we added a library here and we also added a sources folder here, so it is now technically a complete package, we can actually see here. So this is the app entry point package, and we can build it and we can just see if everything builds fine. And I will actually do that right now, trying to build it. And it fails, and it states basically that we need to specify the minimum macOS version. So something we didn't do yet is the platforms. It basically these packages are supported on, and we will go for macOS version 12 and iOS version 15, like we specified also on the project itself. Now I just saved the file, and you can see it's automatically resolving the package dependencies, and something went wrong here. Let's see what the errors are on content view. Still the same issue. Did I do something wrong? macOS v12, iOS 15. Mr. Exception 95, thank you for following and welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Also, what background do you have? Do you do iOS development? Do you have other backgrounds? Let me know. Okay, something is going wrong here. Add available console. Let's just try to rebuild this. Hello, I'm fine. I'm an information security engineer. Mainly pen testing and coding security tools. That's great. What platforms are you doing that for? Like, what's the main platform you're testing? Are you testing on web? Are you testing on Mac? Somehow this is not working. I'm expecting actually that this builds now, as we have specified the minimum platform versions. Let's just go with macOS. Maybe there's something weird going on. As build it. Okay, this is fixed now. I don't know why iOS was not working. Let's try again. Save and go back to our content view. See if it's still building. Yeah, okay. It's not building technically, but it's not showing the macOS minimum version requirement issue anymore. Currently testing the Docker orchestration for security flows. Okay, that sounds definitely like a backend, maybe even, because Docker orchestration. Yeah, let me know what tech stack you're working with. Is it like, what kind of language is it written in? The app that you're testing. I mean, obviously, maybe you didn't write the code itself, but yeah, I'm still curious. Okay, and also, are you interested in mobile development? Why is it you're looking into this stream? Let me know. Yeah, let's fix the other errors here. We have cannot find type item. And in case someone who has joined later, if you want to know what we're working on, just type !project to get the link to the project description, what we're working on basically here. So cannot find item in scope. Obviously the item is not as defined in this XC data model, so it's not finding it. So let's extract that actually also into its own package. So we want to have another library. This time, let's call it models, because this is like the model layer, or just model for the model layer of the application, which will include which is here. This is the core database, where you can see the different entities in the database, and we will just move it into its own package. So the type we can delete, the targets, just call it model as well. And then we just add the target here. Let's call it model. And again, we will probably add dependencies later, so let's already add that. This should now not build yet, because we have to create the folder for what was it, model, and then I just move this code, this file into the model. Again, I'm not sure if this will work with Swift packages, but we will try it out and we will try to get it working. And this is technically, I think it's a resource, so we have to specify here resources. And then I'm accepting, there's like different kinds of resource. Copy means it just copies over the files. Process means that the platform can process the files somehow, and expecting that core data has to process here somehow. So I'm just going to call it process. And the path is, where does this start? I'm assuming it's starting at the model. So this is at the top level. I'm just going to give it the name of the file, open focus timer. Let's actually rename this. Let's just call it model.xc data model. And we can call it model.xc data model D. No localization. Let's see if that works. Just to be sure, let's just also add a Swift file. It can be empty, just to be sure that the package is recognized as one. Model.swift. Okay, now what we can do is, because here we couldn't, like if I was trying to build this, we couldn't see the item, and the item is actually specified here in the data model, which is not opening right now. Okay, Xcode is definitely having problems with, maybe we just have to restart the project. Let's try that. Sometimes Swift Package Manager. Okay, this is not working properly. We have to click here. Okay, this is fine. So this is the entity we have here. And if I go to the inspector here, we can see that it should actually create code generate. So this generates the class that I specify as entities here, which is the item. I could also say like you should create, I want to do that manually or something like that. I'm just going to keep it like that. So in this package, I'm expecting there is something called item, and I actually want this to be public. So maybe I can specify to make this public, or is it public? We'll see, maybe it's public automatically. But what I can do here, definitely, if I create like a class, this is just a test class, and I just write a function, do something, I should be able to actually reference or create an item. Yeah, I have access to this. So this has access to the item, so it seems to be working generally. Now we want to import it here. In order to import it here, we have to import the model target into the app entry point target. So you might already recognize, if someone was watching from the start, that that's already something I realized here. Setting up all the structure according to the point free modularization part 1, it takes time. And it's maybe not the best way to start off a project if you want to see results right away. But I've started this now, and I think it will not take much more time. So let's try to complete this. And it will pay off long term. So we are adding as a dependency to the entry point now model, because it depends on it, right? This requires this. And now what we can do here is import model. And now it shouldn't fail anymore due to item. Let's try to build this model entry point. I mean, it still fails because it can't see what the model. It has an item, but it's not public. It is public, so it is there. This should actually not happen. Cannot find type item in scope. Okay, let's see what else we have. Maybe it will, sometimes it compiles just fine once you fix all the other errors. Also item issue, unable to infer type of also item. Cannot find persistent controller. Persistent controller, where was this? Here. Okay, let's just move this into app entry point for now as well. Let's see if it compiles now. Okay, I can see it doesn't even compile now, even though we moved this here. So let's also import model here. So I'm guessing there is a problem with the cache, so I'm just going to clear the caches with Command-Shift-K. And let's try to rebuild this. Now it succeeds. Okay, this worked, this succeeds. This means we should also see the preview again. Let me actually make this full screen. Taking a while. Okay, can now preview this file. Message send failure or send preview instances message to diagnostic. Let's have a look. Connection intro. Okay, this I don't know, and the SwiftUI previews, they really don't work all the time. This is really a weird thing, and I don't really care about it in this entry point that much. I care about it more in the feature, so we'll just stick with it for now at least. We can have a look at it again, but we have now the model extracted. Actually, persistence should probably go into model. Yeah, makes much more sense. So let's just move it to model. Then we also don't need this empty file. And okay, Xcode crashed. This is gonna happen a few more times because we're doing this weird setup here, which can cause issues. At the beginning at least. But over time, one of the advantages of applying the point-free modularization is also that because we have split it all into small packages, we can build them all independently, and it should build much faster than if we always build the entire app. So that's why we're doing it. File is part of module ignoring import. Yeah, makes sense. Now this file is in the module, so we don't need to import it anymore. Maybe that was also causing a crash. Let's try to build the app entry point again. It's not building because this scope of the persistence controller is not accessible, so we have to make it public. And that's also one of the great advantages, in my opinion at least, of splitting it into these different modules, is now you have to actively and explicitly state which parts of this persistence control class is actually part of the API that you want to use elsewhere, and which part is just internal to this module. So if I had like 5 classes here, internal to module would mean I just don't have to add the public here, and I will be able to access it and use it. But outside of this module, outside of the model layer, maybe I don't want to access specific methods here, and as long as I don't make them public, the compiler will fail, like it just failed. And I think this security feature, and also a feature that makes sure that we can split actually logic into different parts. Now we have to access the preview. Let's go there. Let's make that public as well. Let's build again. Now the container. This will be public as well. And that's it. Now it's building. Let's try again. Maybe the preview will work now. I'm not really confident or optimistic, but let's see. Okay, it's not building. Let's try to finish this up. So what else have we left? We have the Open Focus Timer app. This is the entry point of the app. This one we can't extract, or we don't need to. Let me also remove all the automatically generated headers of those Swift files, which I believe don't really add anything to these files. Just to explain, created by me on that date, this is something we can look up in Git history if you want to. The name of the file itself, it's kind of obvious, and the model, you can see it's even outdated, so it's not really useful to keep this up to date, in my opinion at least. So let's just remove that. And then last but not least, we have the assets. In this case, this is the assets that are really needed by the app, because you can like configure it here and specify launch screen file, app icon here. And I haven't tried out, and I'm like I don't think that you can extract this into a package. Maybe it is possible, but at least, yeah, I don't see any package reference ability there. So I will keep this one with these two here, but I would just call them app assets, because they are just like the assets that I really need in the app layer. And this one, Open Focus Timer app. Okay, should we rename it to app.swift? Not possible because of this. Yeah, let's just keep it like that. Okay, now we might need to adjust this reference here, but it worked automatically, so it figured out that we renamed it to app assets. Let's also check on the macOS app. Yeah, app assets also looking good. Okay, app icon, we can add that later. We don't need to add anything here. We can add an accent color also later, or we just do it now to see something. This color, in this case, we want to open the edit space here, inspector, and we want the color to be universally the same. We can add a different color on different modes, like light mode and dark mode. For now, I'm just going to keep it the same, and the content, we're just going to add color. Let's choose a custom color. I personally prefer hexadecimal, then you can like look up any color from anywhere. Like color, hex, something like that. This is not like the go-to site I use, but if you just want to get a starting point. So we're creating a open focus timer. Focus, what color do I connect with focus? Work is like gray, I don't know. Any color suggestions? Let's just enter work here, maybe. There is already, okay, black. Craftsman correction. Let's just grab this kind of brown reddish to have something. We will change it later anyways. But we have the accent color now, and the app icon we will add later. We have the project structure here, the base structure, and now let's add the composable architecture, which is this framework that we're going to use for the architecture of the app. So let me just copy the HTTPS URL here, go into the package, define it as a dependency. This is a package dependency. The name, I think we don't need the name. We'll figure it out from the URL. And I like to remove this, like adds it with the Git. I like to remove it. It just makes it shorter. It still works. And we're going to from now what's the latest version right now? 33.1. Oh, it's actually updated today. Yesterday. Bug fix, new runtime warning, modernized demo apps. Okay, no big changes there. 0.33.1. Let's add a comma. What I like to do is always also add a comment that explains what the dependency does, because not everyone joining the project, and especially in open source, not everyone will know what it's about. So I typically just copy the about of the project itself, only sometimes slightly adjusting it. So here in this case a little longer, but this is very important dependency, so I will just keep the description here. And then we have to add it as a dependency to where it's needed. And I believe for now in the model we won't need it. So let's just add it here. Depends on the product. Name is Composable Architecture. And the name you can figure out actually if you just have a look at the Composable project. You just go to their package manifest file. You see the name of the package, and then you can see the different products. And this is the Composable Architecture product that we want to reference, and this is the package. So we can also copy that. This is the package name. Condition, no conditions needed here. And I've added Composable Architecture as a dependency to the app entry point, so I can import it there now. What I like to do as well, I like to sort the dependencies alphabetically. And this one starts with M, like model. This one is Composable Architecture, so this goes up. This also helps prevent, like first it helps to find a product here in the list. It also helps to prevent merge conflicts in some situations. Yeah, not really that big of a difference, but tidying up is, maybe I'm doing this too much. But that's what it is, like. Cool. This looks all right to me. We don't have any test targets, so we don't have any tests yet. And we will definitely write tests. And I might keep this here. I could also remove it. This one is a target that we don't need anyways, because it's not doing anything. Right? We just have these. Yeah, it's not even listed here, so we can remove this one here. So remove that. The test folder, yeah, can stay empty as long as we didn't write tests. If we wanted to add tests, we could write test target here and basically do the same thing and create test files. But we'll do that as soon as we need it. For now, this looks like a cleaned up project structure applied with the modularization from point 3. You can see these all these packages listed here, they are dependencies from Swift Composable Architecture. And just to test it out, we should be able to import Composable Architecture here. Yeah, looks good to me. And maybe let's clean up some of the code here. Actually, this is logic of the pre-configured application from Apple. I will not change it now because this commit that I'm currently working on, I want to be only about restructuring the app and applying the modularization. And now the app, if this compiles, I'm going to be happy, but it doesn't. Signing, okay, it's a signing issue. Let's actually go and fix that. So it states, I have set up automatic signing. This is a security feature. Apple has a lot of checks. Signing requires a development team. I think it needed that because I wanted to sign for the Mac. But if I just build it for a simulator, I don't need signing yet. And it shouldn't be an error anymore. It's just a warning. Okay, we have other errors. I think Pumphrey is using it this way. Yeah, seems to be nice. So open focus timer app. This is in the app. Okay, this needs to. Okay, we're missing one thing. I forgot this, and now we're seeing that it's missing. We have now the package with the different packages structured here, but what we don't have yet is a reference to these packages or their inclusion into the app, and that's what we need to add. And the great thing is that because we have this entry point, and because this entry point is like the view that we're going to show when we start the app, or anything else that we will need to do when we start the app, this is always going to be called first. And this is also going to include anything else. So this will always have to import all the other packages that we're going to create for this app. So the only thing we really need to add to the app, and that's also explained by point 3, is this one package. Oops, that was the wrong place. So we want to include it as a framework. Let me click pause here. And now I just need to add the entry point here. And the entry point should transitively include all the other dependencies that we need. Now it should be building, or at least we should be able to import. Import, I think we need to import mul here. No, oh, we also need app entry point for this. So import app entry point. Let's try to build now. So I'm looking here and it fails. Shared is inaccessible again, something with visibility. And we can see that this needs to be accessed as well, and that's fine, makes sense. Content view, same thing here. The content view itself is internal by default, so we need to make it public. And for views, you can always expect the body to need it to be public as well. And because we're creating one, you need also an initializer. And I don't think we need any parameters, right? Yeah, it's not passing any. So let's just make it like this. I see now this is not applying the 4 spaces, so I will just mark the whole thing and just re-indent with Control-I. Let's do the same everywhere. Same thing here too. This already does it. Okay, let's go back to the app. Let's try to run again. Now build succeeded. Now it should start the iPhone 13 simulator. It does. It's actually a full screen now, so we can put it side by side with Xcode. There we go. Okay, it's actually failing. Use unsafe row of a pointer. This is a weird bug. What do we have here? Fatal error, negative count. Okay, I have no idea what this error is. Maybe it's related to core data. Anyone have any idea what this could be? Swift hash table issue. Okay, let me just try to clean build, just in case. Okay, same thing again. Something with a negative count, so some counter involved here. Let's have a look at the code. Okay, let's first also clean this up. So we have this macOS folder. Do we really need this? This is platform-specific entitlements. Kind of makes sense. Okay, I will keep this folder. And we have the assets. Now let's have a look at the persistence. Maybe there's something with the count here. Not really. Okay, we haven't really cleaned up this file, which is auto-generated. Creates a persistence controller. Creates a preview persistence controller. I guess this is for SwiftUI. It creates 10 items, looks like. Okay, this might be the place the issue is happening from, but not the root cause for the issue. You can see it can create an in-memory also for testing, I guess. Not very well documented code here from Apple, to be honest. I mean, it has documentation inside, but it's not explaining why what these things are. I'm guessing though. And if we just don't do anything after the controller is created, like creating files and things like that, will it crash then? Let's just comment this out and run it again. Still crashing with negative count, so maybe it was not related to this code in the first place. Let's just Google for this. And yeah, that's also a learning, so anyone watching who's not a developer, if you have an issue while development, you just have to Google these things or search for them online, because these kinds of things happen all the time. This really looks exactly like what happened for us. Copilot grant generates, okay. Solution caused by multiple threads modifying the array at the same time. Do we have something like that? Okay, let's continue looking into these things. Crashes when adding a book. Maybe we have to add. Okay, let's first have a look here too. Yeah, this is core data related in this case, so this looks more like the same issue that we have. Okay, this crashes when running on iPhone. Let's try to run the Mac app first. Maybe this is not happening there. Mac OS app. My Mac, let's run it. Okay, this failed as well. No such module entry point. Did I forget to import it into the macOS app? Yes, I did. So let's import the entry point here as well. Let's rebuild. Cool, this is building fine, but will also run fine, so it's starting. Kind of slow. Yeah, it's crashing too. Same issue. Okay, let's continue reading here. There's an accepted solution. Thanks. That worked for me. Also let me to persistent Swift, where you can change the name of the data model. Ah, we changed the name of the data model file. Maybe that broke some connection there. Of course, I changed this name here, and it's totally possible that this breaks. Because it has maybe here. There you go. I think this is the thing we have to solve. Let's try to run again. Do we have more references? Let me search for all. The previous name was open focus. Okay, we don't have more of that. Maybe we need to delete the app fully. Let's try iOS again. And in this case, I'm just going to delete the app from the simulator, so we can start with a fresh app. Let's run again. Let's see if we get the same crash. Yes, okay, something else is still broken. So container and CloudKit container. It says it is related to CloudKit. Let's search for in the settings here. I'm going to search for XC data. Okay, it's not referenced anywhere, so that shouldn't be the issue. Let's search for open focus timer. Maybe it's referenced this way. Product name. No, I was looking for like maybe the core data File rename also had effects here. Doesn't seem to be the case. So again, name was delete soon. When running, it was looking for model file, but the model file created by Xcode was named share. We have this other name inside. This is called shared. Maybe we need to call it shared. Let's try this. No. Okay, something is wrong with the core data configuration. Maybe it's also an issue with Swift package, like I thought this might be an issue, but we can test it out if we just move this out into the app. Do we break something then? I mean, this is importing a model. Yeah, I think it will break things. Maybe it's because this is in a module. I have to reference it differently. Let's have a look. Let's Google core data in a Swift package. Incorporate. Yeah, there we go. Creating a Swift package. Moving it to the package like we did, and then create or use an existing file that contains a class that will be used to manage the setup of core data stack. Make sure that this file is also in the sources folder of your Swift package. This file needs to contain the following 2 items: the persistent store coordinator, a container. This subclass can be empty, but it must exist for the Swift package magic to work. Okay. Persistent container that confirms to your custom subclass within the setup of your explicitly load the model and reference bundle.module has a location for the model file. Yeah, that was what I meant with it's not referencing correctly. So here it is creating. Okay, let's have a look at our code again. So in our case, we're just creating a NS persistent container, and then we're loading the persistent stores. What does this exactly do? Command clicking helps. An instance includes all objects needed to represent a function in core data stack. Maybe we have to somehow manually set up the managed object model. Yeah, this is getting complicated due to core data in Swift package, and I'm tempted to skip it for now and write down as a fix for later, so we can continue building the app actually. But then I would have to import the app target into the packages, which is not something that I want to do. So let's have a look at the code. Maybe we can figure it out quickly. Persistent container. Model URL. A subclass. Okay, we do have a subclass of persistent container already. It's not exactly a subclass, it's actually just a wrapper around persistent container, and this just creates a new one with this style. Let's see if this helps. So shared container, this is the persistent container, and the other one is persistent container. So we're just creating a default one. Maybe we do have to subclass it, which we're not doing here. Okay, I will just, for now, I will just copy this code and try if that works. But before I do so, I will just commit things, because we're now dealing with a very specific problem, but everything else that we wanted to do is actually done. So let's just make our next commit before we try out things, because trying out things can also break the things that we've already done, and I want to be always able to revert to the nice state or the best possible state that I can have. So open focus timer, a description of this package. Let's actually give it a description, and I think we can reuse the description that we have on the GitHub repository. I think it's here, this one here. Oops. Let's actually add a backlink to the Twitch stream, so it's clear to everyone who stumbles across this, where this was created. Maybe you also have to add like a license. But is this README at the top level? Yeah, I think it is. So I will look up the license hint from other repos I have made public. Actually, this one is, I think, the one that is the closest to this project. So let's go to edit mode here, and let's just copy the license here, which is not entirely right. But let's actually do it version free. So I will also copy the license file later. Contributing, I think we can do the same thing here. So just stating that they're welcome. Donation hints and things like that. Yeah, let's just copy. And the about section, let's just write a small README here. So probably while streaming live on Twitch. And let's add a link to the Twitch stream. I think that's just fair, right? Cool. Okay, about. This is not the right description. Let's actually keep this here. And then maybe we can just link to our Notion page. You can find no, actually, let's just copy this in. I will update this over time. And I don't want to sync it. So let's just add a link. You can find a description of this project's features here. I think that should be fine for the start. And wasn't it? Link looks weird. Well, yeah, that's how it is. Cool, now we have a small README and I have to fix the license file. This is the general public version 2. And I want to have the version 3, which I have in this project. So I'm just going to copy the contents. And I think it has an email here somewhere. Just make sure to check if it's up to date. Okay, not sure. We'll keep it for like this for now. So we were checking here, and the README looks better now. Package to Swift makes sense. We can keep it as is. License file, I just updated. Persistence file, we clean it up kind of, but there is an issue here. So whenever I have an issue, I just always keep it in code as well as a hint, because I know that there's something wrong here, and I'm guessing that here there's an issue or build or running app crashes. Guessing that there is an issue with referencing the database from a package. And then let's, okay, the link, we don't need to add the link. Stating a problem is good. So we have the to-do here now, so we won't forget it. Then we have content view, and actually let me use a warning style for this. So I used to use this style because that's something that was very common also in Objective-C times, and I started doing iOS development in 2011. So it's kind of yeah, it's just part of my I just got used to it. But there is now a new thing called warning, and I'm just going to use this now. because then it shows up as a warning. And in this case specifically, I don't want to keep it. So if I build now, you'll see it shows this warning here. Cool. Then we have the content view. Didn't really touch on this. Is there some cleanup we could do? Let's just keep it like it is for now. iOS Nfp List. When was this created? Do we really need this? I thought the Nfp List isn't needed anymore. And when was this created? I can't even see it. It's a path. Open focus timer. And then right away. That's interesting. I think we don't need it. I don't also see any dictionary entries here. I will just delete this for now. If we need it, we can add it back. Discord changes. Package.swift, this is just a placeholder. Entitlements, let's keep them. Xcode project, this is to resolve dependencies. Workspace data, looks good. This is the app, this is the entry point of the app. Then we moved some files around, so that's what's happening here. So I think I'm not going to check this more. This is the next commit, so basically apply point freeze suggested app modularization. What else do we do? I think that was it on cleanup and cleanup code. And let's also leave a hint to the modularization video, which is a free episode. So anyone who later maybe comes across this commit can basically see and learn from it. Let's just push this. Now we can actually try this out, what we found online as a fix. And it was here, this code here. And it's actually creating a persistent container. Maybe I want to copy this whole thing. So this is how we're creating it right now. And we want to be able to create it like this. So if I just call this shared, and do we need it to be optional? Let's just not make it optional. If error result, how does it work here with not being optional? Okay, not sure. But I'm just going to try this. Maybe we don't also need it to be lazy and we want to make it public static. So it's accessible on a static level. Let's try building. Cannot find the container in the scope. Different this is persistence controller. I was mixing up things here. That makes sense. So let's go back. This is the persistent container. This is the thing, and it's being created here. So I will just replace this code. This is the container, and we don't need this all. It's just logic anyways. Just do it all before. And return container we just replaced by assigning to the container. This is the one we're creating. We can actually do it like this, just removing a let here. Now it assigns the container there. Don't return it. Now we're doing things here with the container, and this is already doing load persistent stores and handling the error. This is also done here. I will just keep the Apple version, so I'm deleting this here. Core data SPM, managed object model, return nil, contents of model URL, core data SPM with extension. So our file is called model, but it's not called momd. This is also not called momd. Okay, let's read the description again. Explicitly load the model and reference location file. Now that package is there, example code here. Here we go. This is the name of the XCData model D. So in our case, it's just model. And we'll just make it explicit, so our app crashes if it's not there. Because we want it to crash while developing, and to prevent that it can ever crash or be nil while it's running in the user's hands. So bundle module URL model, model and as managed object model, core data SPM. I'm guessing this is also a model. And bundle module URL for, I think this is something that we need to call in the module itself. I don't think this will compile in the app, but we are in the module. Okay, that makes sense. Again, I want it to be first unwrapped, and then we create a container. Cannot find in scope persistent container. Okay, let's check again. So the code before was NS persistent container. Maybe we need to reference that. So in this case, they had created a subclass which was completely empty to make this work. So we might need to do this as well, but let's try like this first. So let's just run the app now. See what happens. Did not return a valid PID. Okay, let's just retry. I will try the Mac app first. Okay, it's running now. So a lot of work for a small thing like this, but we fixed the issue here. And this is working. This is working. I personally like to call it like this, small URL. Okay, this is the model object model, managed object model. Let's rename a few things here. So this is the managed object model. This is the model data model D. Let's keep it model URL, model file URL maybe, but yeah, that's fine. Then as persistent container, name model, and manage object model, manage object model. Easy enough. Everything else is auto-created by Apple. I will just not touch the code for now. And we got this working. Let's also fix it for iOS now. Try a different simulator, maybe, or let me uninstall the app. On the first app start, it can do some copying and things like that with the core data. And sometimes you just have to uninstall the app to delete all the data for the app. But in this case, it's not that. It says somehow the application isn't running anymore. This is a weird error. And I am going to try out on a different simulator first to see if that's a simulator cache kind of issue. Okay, still crashing, even with a fresh simulator. Let's try to fix from the website. Maybe this is actually the exact issue. Just to see, and before I do that, actually I will stage this because this is a fix that works for Mac. And it's always great to be able to like get back to that somehow. And also let me change the music. I'm kind of looking for something else for now. So let's switch to a lo-fi playlist. Let's see what happens there. Cool. We wanted to add this subclass. I will just add it in the file just to try it out. This is not a persistent container. And I will reference the persistent container now. Let's see what happens. The crashing. Okay, let me actually read this. Did not return a valid PID or a launch error. No such process. Analytics events. Run operation worker finished. I don't really know what that means. That's Google again. Okay, it turns out mystery no-name environment variable was checked in the schema and unchecked it. In arguments. Passed on launch. Let's have a look at that. Edit scheme. Arguments. No, I don't see anything weird here. So that's not our issue. For me, a solution Mako bundle. Okay, before I do that, have you tried restarting it? So let's just restart Xcode and the simulator. That's always something good to try out first. Let's go into the iOS app. It's not there. The iOS target is gone. Maybe that's the issue. Ah, it's the Nfp list. I see. That makes sense. No, it's not there anymore. Nfp list. Good reference. Yeah, it's referencing it here. Let's just remove the reference here and there. And then let's just reopen this project again. Come on, Xcode, you can do it. Do I have to force quit you? Yeah. Okay, can I see it now? No. Still not there. iOS app, Nfp list. But it is showing here. Nfp list. Do I have to provide it explicitly? Okay, let's just do what it expects me to do. We removed in the last commit the Nfp list that was added. Can I see it here somewhere? No. It was added in the meantime and removed again. Not cool. How do I create Nfp list? It was pretty empty, right? The Nfp list file, so I can just create a new one. It shouldn't be an issue. I think it just needs one for whatever reason. So create a file. Let's go to plist. I think it's called property list. Just call info.plist. It was called iOS info or something, but we can rename it as we like. I'm actually going to, like with the macOS target, I'm going to create an iOS folder as well. And I'm just going to put it there. And I don't think we need to target it somewhere. I will move it after I created a folder. So let's just call it iOS. Below the macOS. And then move this Nfp list in there. Now the iOS target, we set an Nfp list path. Which we need to specify here. Oops. And it's under, I think it's top level, and then right away it's iOS/info.plist. Let's try now. Okay, I built the macOS application. It's not what we want. It's not showing up here. Let me restart Xcode. I hope that fixes it. Not yet. And is the Nfp list empty? Here we go. This is not as empty as before, but it is empty. It's just a document here, a comment. You do that great. I like the great stream. Very informational. Greetings, Gorham Baba. Thank you very much. Thank you. Great. Let's see how many people are actually watching. That's a few people. Cool. So more lurkers here. If you wanna know anything, if you want me to do something differently or focus on something else, feel free to just tell me or just ask me. And yeah. Let's also send the project here in case someone joined later. So if you want to see the project, this should actually work, but it doesn't. Let me just post it manually. So that's the link to the project we're currently working on. Cool. So this file here, I will edit it manually. I will do I do these kinds of edits. Actually, I can do it in Xcode as well. Never mind. You don't need Atom for that. So this Nfp Lists file, I just have to go to a different representation. How is it possible? Open as source code. That's exactly what I was looking for. Now we can remove this, and this was pretty much what the PS file also before was looking like, I think. I might be able to watch it on the video later, but yeah. So maybe something broken with the path. Let me check the path. Show in Finder. It's under Open Focus Timer iOS. Ah, yeah, that might be it. But the project is here, and then it's iOS Nfp Lists. Should actually work. iOS app Nfp Lists. No, it's not showing anymore. Okay, I have to read it up online. This is a weird issue. Change it to bundle and to executable again. This is interesting. It is an executable. Change it to bundle and then executable again. Restart. Xcode. Does it show up now? No, not really a solution for me. Work for me was I didn't notice the compiler error while building the unit test target. After fixing the test target build issue, app runs fine, so make sure the project is building without any error. Yes, even though test target shows that build is successful, there were compiler errors. Issue navigator. Update to recommended settings. Yeah, let's do that. But we're talking about the iOS schema, and I can't see it anymore. This is weird. Okay, I'll fix that later. We will focus on the macOS app. I'll have a look and research that later. Let's actually write down things like that. So I could build a to-do list here. To do. Let's call it, yeah, to-dos. So we don't forget. And we could actually call this tech debt, because in some way what we have here is we can suppose it to be teched up because we can continue to work, and it might also not be a big issue. Maybe we can find a workaround, but finally I want to really solve it properly. So issue currently is iOS app is no longer showing in the schemes list in Xcode. we want to fix that. We can't really add a to-do here. And I don't want to set up a project management tool or something like that. So we're just going to continue using the macOS app, and at some point, maybe I will have an idea, or someone in the stream, in one of the future streams will have an idea. Let's maybe quickly search for it a little bit more. Not really. Seems to be happening to many people. But I think the issue now is iOS target scheme. iOS scheme doesn't appear in Xcode. Maybe that's something we need to search for. Add scheme, add scheme. Do we have to really do that? Never did that. Will it work now? Or will it crash again? It works. Okay, so that's also how development can be sometimes. Weird things happening. But yeah, the solution was easy enough. We just added the scheme manually, and now it's a shared scheme actually. Is everything a shared scheme? No, it isn't. So let's share the macOS app scheme. Or it's all marked as shared, but it's not there. So unshare and share again. Now it's there. Okay. Now we have them consistent. Now we have the Nfp list. Do we need the Nfp list? We'll try it out. I will first commit it while it's working, and then I will remove it again, and I will see what's happening. Everything else, macro type, and also this one, we set it explicitly. This one here, I want to just remove it because, oops. Remove it because it's executable by default. And let's check also if it's still working. Yes. So code signing, that was a recommendation from Xcode. This I will keep, and this is basically the solution that we applied. Is it necessary? We didn't really try it out. So let's go back here. Let's comment this out and call this NS persistent container again and run it on iOS. Maybe it will work now. It does work, so we don't really need this. Again, cleaning up. And this is also an approach that I'm always taking. I also recommend everybody to always check your unstaged files again for all the changes you've made and see if you can clean it up in some way. We can see we're also removing some white spaces here. And this is the Swift package fix for core data. So we're going to keep this. This is the Nfp list, and this I will try out to remove this again, but I will keep it for now, which also has the changes here and here and here. So basically what we did here is fix an issue with core data crashing due to being loaded from Swift package. I will link to the blog post as well, where so shout out to who wrote this quite some time ago. No name. Eliminated bits. Okay, maybe it's a homepage of someone. Yeah, shout out to, where's the name? Ish Shabazz. Shout out to you. Thank you very much. You helped me fix this issue now. Yeah, much appreciated. Okay, before I push this, I will actually try out the Nfp list topic. So I will actually remove this entire thing. I will also remove the pointer to it here from the Nfp list file. Here. I will try to build it now. Let's see if it works. It does work, so we don't need the Nfp list. which is great because then we can remove all those changes that we made. And I'm going to amend this, and amend is very, very useful if you have a commit that you just made and you want to adjust the commit. This is exactly what I want to do. So by amending, you still again see the changes and the commit message of the previous commit, including the scheme topic, which I'm going to keep it now. I think this doesn't hurt. But you can see that we are again removing these things and cleaning up the code. And this edits the last commit and makes it even simpler. And now I'm going to push it. Great. So that was a very, very long project setup, and it took some time with the core data issue, but we have solved it now. It does work. We have now an app target that is just consisting of one single code file and the very basic assets. If we need more assets, we can actually create a Swift package where we put all the assets that we need in other places, and then we can reference it from other packages. So that's how I'm going to deal with that. But the only place where we need to reference the app icon or the accent color, for the accent color I'm not entirely sure, but I think there are two. The only place we need to do that is in the app, because we're not going to directly access them in any of the packages. That's why it's fine to have them in the app target directly. At least that's what I believe for the accent column. Maybe we might need it somewhere. I might think about it then. But for the app icon, maybe we can also next time we could create. Let's go to the back to the to-do list. We could create a simple. This is fixed. We could just strike through it. And welcome, Woody61. Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for following. How are you doing? How's everything going for you? Cool. So yeah, let's add a create an app icon, or a temporary one. Even if it's not a perfect one, we can also go work on that app icon iteratively. So we create one first that is better than nothing, and then we can iterate on that. Okay, maybe it's not tech debt anymore. It's actually just a to-do list. To-dos. Cool. This is now the project setup, and it took a little more than 2 hours to set it up just to even get started with working on features. And we haven't even thought about the data model and things like that, but I really care about these things. And this is not even completed. I typically do a lot of more things, but I don't want to get into details here. In the first session, I'm going to add things like save localization resources, save images, assets, things like that later, but because we don't need them right now, and I actually want to just start with some UI. I'm going to skip all these things for now, and I will work on them later. But there's one thing I want to do of all these things, and that's related to basically how I structure the code and the 2 white spaces and things like that. And that's to apply Swift format. So Swift format, oops, it's on GitHub, is, let's just go here, is a framework from Apple that is basically automatically installed alongside Xcode that can help you automatically format your code, and actually already have some settings that I typically use for Swift format. I'm going to steal it from, let's go to Micria here. And yeah, I'm just going to steal it from this file. I'm just copying it. So you can see like some settings, for example, the line length that I go for, which is 120. Oh, I think this is something that I have adjusted. So when I showed at the very beginning what I adjusted here, I actually also adjusted the number here to 120. I'm not sure what it was before, it could be 80, but I adjusted it to 120. And this shows this guideline, which shows like until where your code should be going. And after that, your code really shouldn't go in. The document and the doc comment I think is fine, but the code shouldn't be going there. And also the tab width, which is 2. These are like the 2 things I've adjusted mostly, and then just turning on some other settings here. So let me just add that to the project, and files like that, I can add them here. Yeah, that's like the question is always where I add them, and I actually want to see everything in Xcode. So currently what we already also have as a problem is, if you remember at the beginning, we created the .git ignore file, and I'm not seeing it here anywhere. And that's also something I want to fix. And what I typically do there is I create a new group here. I don't want it to be a real folder, so I create one without folder. It will just be referencing files, and then they can stay anywhere. And I just do this, and I just call it root files. And I will move it at the to the very bottom, maybe not that bottom, but below any code. And then here we can add any files that are not listed here otherwise. And for that, I just go to the root of the project, which is here. Yeah. And then you can see all the different files, also files that are invisible because they start with dot. Very importantly, you shouldn't add everything. So if I mark everything, the things that are already there, we don't need. So package.swift is there, readme, we saw that, sources and tests are there. The open focus timer project is there. Oh, hey Booty. Hi Giat, I am very glad about your project. I'm looking forward to learn programming with you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm not actually teaching programming here in this stream. I'm just like programming, and you can just watch me doing it. Obviously, if you have specific questions, I will answer them. But if you want to like start programming, then yeah, I will not be doing it in this stream. But I do plan to do some programming videos later this year. I can't give you any clear time and schedule and date yet. But yeah, I will also be doing something there. So I think that's what you're referring to yeah, that's definitely something that I'm also looking forward to. It's going to be interesting. But maybe you can also learn one or two things here, at least how it feels like to be an iOS developer. And if you really want to do that or not. How long it takes to get things solved sometimes. Like we had this issue just now, and it took a while until we got it fixed. Cool. So we wanted to add all the things that are not referenced. So it was a git ignore. We definitely don't see there. The Swift PM, this is something you want to ignore. This is even listed in the git ignore. And the git folder is very important not to add that, because this includes the whole history of the code changes we made. So this is basically what the git, how git works. So you will find the history there. You don't want to add this. The license file, I'm not sure if we have it here. Yes, we have it here at this top level. So I'm just going to add this git ignore file. Let me just move it here. And okay, this somehow doesn't work. Don't know what the issue is. Let me try again. Let me actually make it not full screen here. There we go. And it's very important to not add them to any targets. We don't want to add them to any targets. And for folders, I'm just going to keep folder reference. I also don't click this copy items if needed. Yeah, now we can see the git ignore here, and we can edit it right away. And now I can also create a file from here. And we wanted to create the Swift format file. Oops, this is the type of file I want to create. So I just want to create an empty file. I just call it .swift format. Again, in root files, and in the project, it should be just at the very top, which is, I think, this level. Let's have a look here. Yeah, it's right inside here. It's giving you a warning because this is going to create a basically a invisible file, but that's fine. That's what we want. And now I can copy in the whole setting here. And this is the file which sets up Swift format once you run it, but we also have to run it. And in order to run it, I'm also going to go back to this project here, because what we have here is a build script file. And basically this is nothing else than running Swift format, the right commands there. And basically what this does is it reformats your entire code base automatically. And this one is just checking if there is anything that needs reformatting. And sometimes there can be more things linted than that can be automatically fixed, which is why I'm just for security reasons, I'm running this too. So the yeah, you will get linter warnings if there is any issue. So I will just copy the contents of this. And I will also add the build script in this project too. So let's create another file. Again, an empty file. here build script.sh. sh just means this is a shell command. This is a file that contains shell commands, signals it here. So I'm going to keep it. And again, it's trying to sneak it into, okay, maybe it's not that great that we have two levels that are named the same, which is open focus timer, open focus timer. I might have to fix it later. But now we have the build script file. I will add the contents here. And right now, if you want to run this, it will not work. So if I just go to terminal, and again, I will open the terminal from git fork, and I actually typically use the shortcut here, but for you, I'm just going to click that button. And now, if we try to run the build script file, I don't even get auto completion for it. If I run it, it says permission denied, and the reason is it's not executable yet. So we need to change the modus of the file with chmod +x, which makes it executable, and then we reference the file. And now when we say build script, and now it can run. And if I run it, you can see, okay, it's running these two commands, and actually there is no warnings here, except it says, okay, Swift format cannot be found. That's interesting. It's not there. Do I have to install something for Swift format? Oh, let's just try simply brew install Swift format. I'm not sure if I can install via brew here. Brew isn't installed. I thought this is already set up, so let's actually see on Swift format itself how we can set it up. Swift format provides installation, getting Swift format. If you are mainly interested in including, I don't think they have installation in. Okay. I have a few ways in mind how we can install it. I just thought it's part of Swift, but I think it's not yet. It will be part of Swift at some point. How should we install it? Or is it installed? Installing. I think on my other account, on my private one, it's actually installed. So they're cloning the project here. Yeah, the commit hook is something I want to still create. But it looks like I have to install it somehow, so I will just go the Mint way. So there is a tool called Mint, which is created by Jonas Kolb. And basically what it does is installs Swift packages as executables, more or less, or simplify. And to install it, I have to install brew. So let's actually just install brew first. Okay, this is interesting. Password. Let me just look it up. I created this account just for the stream, so I don't know the password yet above my head, but there we have it. There we go. Okay, we gotta install Homebrew, and yeah, maybe that's also interesting to explain. So Homebrew on the Mac is more or less a package manager that can install many kinds of tools and also apps through Brew Cask. And it's basically the go-to method of installing tools for developers. And one tool that I want to install here is Swift format, or Jonas Kolb's Mint, in case I need that. And that's basically what I'm doing here now. And in this case, there is an issue. Instructions on how to configure installation successful. Homebrew has enabled anonymous things, and Homebrew is entirely unpaid. Next step, run these two commands too. So we know we have to run these two commands to make Brew available or work right away. Let's just do that. Now, by just calling which brew, we see that Homebrew is now there. And I will actually try brew install Swift format. Maybe that will already work. It says it's already installed. That's what I was not understanding. I think it's already installed. Now it works. Maybe I just had to install brew so it links Swift format. Okay, let's just retry running build script. Now it works. Unable to open sources more. Yeah, the paths are incorrect, of course. So what we need to check is I actually wanted to check the whole sources folder, the tests folder, and also the app folder. Do we need it in the app folder? I don't think we will add a lot of code there, but we have this. Yeah, let's also do it in the app folder. So those are the three folders we wanted to check. Let's just add them. Can we drag and drop here actually? No, try it. Let's try. Yeah, it does work. And lastly this one. And then let's just start from here. So these are the three folders we want to check. I'm just going to paste them here. Same here. Now let's try rerunning this. There we go. So it has run these two commands and it doesn't throw any warnings, which is a good sign. And I want to check actually if this is a bug or if it's something. Actually, I wanted to check the package manifest as well. Do we have to do something? Yeah, the package. Yeah, let's add that as well. Let's add it package.swift. Package.swift. Let's rerun. Okay, let's first have a look here, and you will see that it has adjusted some things here. So here, for example, you can see it has actually removed the comma from the resources, which is interesting. I thought it's set up to keep it. Let's check that. Line break around multi-line expression. Line break before, prioritize keeping. I thought this is a setting here. Let's actually go to the Swift format settings. I want to have it actually. So commit line, format options. No, this is not what we're looking for. Let's actually Google one of them or search for one of them. It's the fastest way to find them. So we have here the configurations and here is a list. Alumal26, welcome to the stream and thank you for your follow. Thank you very much. How are you doing? How are things going for you? And also, what are you interested in seeing here? Let me know. Okay, we're looking for the different options that we have. And I wanted to know the comma. Is there any comma mentioned here? Even in the repository? Should be something like trailing comma. Maybe the option was there, comma, delimited region stack. Okay, it does have trailing comma. Pretty printing. Okay, this is pretty printing. Comma, delimited lists. Test inner element breaking from comma, task groups, trailing comma. I think it is here somewhere. But never mind, that's definitely something to put in a to-do, because it's going to just distract us too much here. So I'm just going to write down that what we want to do is make sure that a linter, doesn't have to be Swift format, can be a different linter, ensures trailing commas in arrays. Let's continue. So what we were doing is we added the build script file. It is working now. Let's remove this one line. And what I want to do now is I want this to be run automatically. And I don't want to run it on every build, which we could do by going here into the app, the build phases, and just add a run script phase. I don't quite remember why. I think it was basically because it replaces the code in place. I think it was killing the history of edits. So if I want to like undo a change here in this file, I think it's destroyed if you just replace the whole code by this changing here. And I don't want to do that. So, but I still want to keep sure that I don't ever commit without the formatter working and the linter not giving me an error. And the easiest way to do that is I just basically run this build script whenever I commit. And if this last one, the linter, fails because there's a warning or an error, then basically the commit will fail. And I think I can just show you how this works by just adding exit1, which makes the commit fail always. And then I just want to show you how this works. And we're going to use a git pre-commit hook for that, which, yeah, I have to explain it. So I will open the project in Atom, because in this case, we're going to actually change things in a folder that we don't have access to in Xcode. And Atom sometimes takes, okay, there we go. And now we're going to go into the Git folder. In the Git folder, there is already a few files here, and we don't want to meddle with any of them, but we want to add a new file, and that's going to be in a new folder. I'm just going to create a file and folder in one step. So I just go to here, say hooks, / and then the one hook we want to create is the pre-commit hook. This is the command. This is the script basically that should be run before a commit is made. Now I have this file, and I'm just going to run the build script here, build script.sh. In order for this to work, this file itself has to be executable. We had this problem already before with the, let's reset this. We already have this problem before with the build script file itself. We couldn't run it before making it executable with change mod. And we will do that again with this file now. So .git /hooks /precommit. Now it's executable, and now when we try to commit, and I'm just going to commit whatever we have here, test commit, it should fail because the exit command is 1. And you can see it's running this file, it's running these commands that we have here. And that's the great thing about it. Now each time you commit, it will actually do the commits. And in case you really want to skip them, you can still say skip pre-commit hooks. But this is basically the way you can always run some things before the commit is made. So let me go back. And let's close this. Let's go to the build script, remove the exit one again. And now whenever I want to commit, basically it will check and it will fail in case something goes wrong. And we can yeah, show you this also by making an issue here, example, or indenting this the wrong way. Maybe I will fix the comma here. Let's see. Maybe it just doesn't fix the comma if it's only one thing added here. We will see. So I have made some things, and I will stage them all. So let's have a check. This looks good. This looks good. These are some fixes already made applied by Swift format. These are also fixes applied by Swift format. This is the root files reference folder we've added. Now I want to commit this. I'm just going to call it apply Swift format on the project Swift files. Let's add a reference to Swift format in case somebody doesn't know. Let's just remove it here. Cool. Now I want to commit, and this now will actually work but it will do the edits. And the way the reason why this happened is because first it applied it and it tried to fix all the issues that it might find, and then it linted. If we did it the other way, let's try that out. First linting and then the other step. And I will actually discard the changes here. Amend, so we can rerun the commit and run the commit. And now you can see it same thing has happened. That means that this lint command only found warnings. And currently the lint command, as far as I know, only fails if it finds errors. And for some reason it doesn't find any errors. And I think it's also not really made for finding warnings and failing on warnings. There is a workaround that I'm using in some of my projects, but because this basically fixes all the issues so far, and it doesn't just provide warnings which I can't fix, actually we don't really need this linter only, I think. Yeah, I will just keep it like that. I might revisit this once I have had a look into this again, but for this project that's definitely enough. Now with these changes, let's recommit the last one because it's the same thing we're doing. Now we can push it. Cool. Swift format is applied and it will automatically reapply on commits. Is there anything else we need to do on a setup kind of stage? I think we can now get started with actual developments. Yeah, but before I do this, I need a quick break, so I will be making a quick break. I'll be back in a few minutes, so yeah, see you in a few minutes. Okay, I'm back again. And to summarize what we've done so far, we have basically set up the project, structured the packages in the project. We don't have many of them yet, but we do have 2 packages and we want to create package by package. And also we did some other kind of cleanup and setup of the project. We did also describe in the README a little bit and added a license file to the project. So yeah, I did actually, by the way, get a bonbon, or how it's called, so my throat can calm down a little bit. But now next, I basically also want to have some UI that we create in this very stream. So I actually want to continue with the UI next, and I actually want to work on the most important UI for this app, which is the timer. So we want to create a timer kind of screen, and if you go back to the Bluebird app, for example, that I was mentioning before, this has a timer screen. It looks something like this. So we have a look at this here. You can see there's like a circle kind of timer. It shows the time, has like a stop button or something like that. This is the screen that I actually want to create next, because we need to create it anyways. Typically in like a larger app, I don't start with screens right away. Actually, I have many steps before I get to screens and things like that. Like I think about the use cases, I think about the different target groups, I think about the users, tasks that they do, I think about the environment, what else they're going to do and things like that. But in this case, because I want to keep it simple and I just want to build on it step by step, I actually want to see something right away that I can just play around with. And then basically, once we have the screen, we can also work. It also makes more sense to create data that we want to save, like the sessions that we had, like the times that we have worked and things like that. And to basically yeah, have something on the UI also that we can walk through. Typically I typically don't do that because I want to know the entire application before I start working on the UI, but in this case, because it's a small one, I think we can skip that. And maybe I might actually do the full process in some of the future apps, but for this first one, let's try to keep it simple. So now we're going to actually work on UI, and basically what I want to create is this timer feature, this screen where we have this kind of timer. And what I also typically do is I create a design for it first, and I use Figma for that, because Figma you can use for free for your own personal use as long as you don't work with a team. So it's just a design app. Let me just start it and show it quickly. So we can go to the drafts here. It's called drafts for the personal account. I can just create a new design file, and I would like design the screen something like, I don't know, I just create a new artboard, and I can give it the size of a phone or something. Let me actually say here iPhone 13 Pro Max or something. And then we just add the screens. We can like add a circle, an ellipse, like something like this, and then we can cut this and make it a circle outside, and then we can add like the buttons here that we want to have there, all these kinds of things. I typically design it here so I already can see it before I implement it, so I can rate like, do I want it to be like that? But in this specific project, I actually want to try this out where I basically design right within the code, because we have SwiftUI, which is a great UI framework to actually prototype. And this is nothing else than prototyping or wireframing. So I will just delete this here. And let's delete this file here as well and just get to the UI. And because this is a specific screen, I just create a new library here in our packages. And in this case, I'm going to, oh wait, I did it wrong. I have to create a folder. And I want to call it, we could call it timer screen. We could also call it timer feature. I'll go with timer screen. We can rename things anytime. So for the timer screen, I will create a Swift file. I call it timer view. And then want to add a new target here, which is our timer view target. Actually, we could also just copy and paste because it's basically the same structure. Calling it timer view, time screen, sorry. Actually, we could call it feature. That's also what Point 3 likes to call it, and it kind of fits. So I think it's not a bad name. We can go for that. We don't need to. We don't have any resources here. We can actually delete the resources entirely. Dependency, will this have a dependency? Well, it will depend on Composable Architecture for sure. Any other dependencies? Will it need a model? Yes, it will need the model. We don't really have the model yet, but at some point it will need the model because the timer feature will like create and save time, like sessions or whatever we call them later. Okay, I think that's something we can start with. So let's go to timer view and let's actually fix the issue here. Let me actually restart this. I think there is an issue. Timer feature, timer view. Now it works. And actually I also want to select, and for that I'm going to use Control-0, which is a shortcut to switch between different targets. And I want to switch, or schemes, and I want to switch to timer feature scheme. I can just type here. For some reason I can't see it, so something didn't work here. Target, we forgot to add it as a library. Library, timer feature. I actually wish there was some kind of UI that did all these steps for us automatically. And actually that's not that bad of an idea, so let's just write that down. Let's call it, okay, this, we don't need that. Call it document ideas. Let's make it a table so we can add ideas, as many as we want. Maybe we don't need a table view, just a list view should be enough. And we don't need these entries. But basically the idea is create a nice graphical user interface for the Point 3 modularity style. Maybe they will do it themselves, then there is no need for that, but in case yeah, I opt for actually doing that long term. This might actually be another open source type project. So let's just always write down ideas when we have them, because otherwise we might forget. And that's also always the problem with ideas. At least for me, I always have them when I really can't work on them or something like that. So I got used to just writing them down. Okay, let's continue here. Timer feature, target is timer feature. Let's try again. Timer, still not there. Actually, it doesn't show any of the packages. Something's wrong with the package here. Did I do something wrong here? Target, name, dependencies. comma, comma. Ah, this comma is too much. Okay, now we can, again, Control 0, and I just search for timer feature. I can even go right here and select the target, and let's stick with iPhone 13, which is pre-selected. And this is going to be having our UI. So I'm importing SwiftUI view. Actually, we could create a SwiftUI view here right away. So we have like a template pre-applied, and I'm just going to use this name here and create this, delete this file. Let's name this timer view. Actually, I could have done it this way. Okay, never mind. Timer view and timer view and timer view. For this part, I will talk about how we can improve the previews at some future stream. But for this one, let's just try to get some UI up here. And I hope the preview will work here, because it's really useful to have it. Okay, cool, it works. Let's make it a little smaller. Cool, now we can basically write some UI code and we will see the results right away. So what we definitely need in the screen somehow is to start and stop the focus timer, right? So we do need a button, and I'm not going to translate the app for now. That's also something for later, because I want to set up a tool called Barty Crouch for that. So let me mention it already. This is the Barty Crouch. There you go. How did it know I was going to search for that? So Barty Crouch is a tool to make localization easier. And I just want to skip the setup so we can get some UI up and running for now. So button, I want to have one, and I want this button to be about starting. I might have a button about stopping. And the thing about buttons is they need an action. And for now, I'm not going to do anything. So I'm just keeping that empty. Or actually could just print into the into our console that timer started, or should start, or start clicked. Let's do it like this. And same here, print stop click. And you can already see on the right side that it creates two simulators, which is not what we want, which each of them has a different button. We actually want this to be in one, so we just have to create a vertical stack or a V stack. And we could do it this way, and then I can move the code up. There is a shortcut I'm not used to yet. So there's a shortcut. What I'm used to is to indent to the left or to the right. I thought with option it's going up. Yeah, it's going up. There you go. I still have to get used to it, but it's very useful. So now we have them here, and I see they are really close to each other. So I want to add a default padding on every view here inside. Oh, this is creating one outside. Actually, we could also go via the spacing here. And let's go for a constant for now. It's not great to have that as a constant because we want the whole thing to be consistent. Actually, let's just put the paddings here. Let's keep it simple, no spacing. Cool. We have a start button, we have a stop button, and when we click them, and we can preview this here, we can click them and stop, and they should print something. And to try that out, I have to run it on an actual device. For that, I have to deploy it onto a device, but from the package, running on a device doesn't work. If I try to run, or does it work? No, it just builds, I think. Run. yeah, it just builds. So we only have the preview, which is why the print really isn't very helpful to see that this is working. Instead, we could do something else like change the text or something like that. So if you really wanted to do this, is text current state is, and then we have the current state, and this is a at state at wasn't it state? Wow, SwiftUI basics. I thought it's state. Yeah, it's a state. That's weird. I'm not getting autocomplete here. Private or current state. It's an empty string for now, and we just show the current state. And then we just change the current state. We just change it to started or current state stopped. Now, when we run it again, we will see the text current state is. And if we click start, it's started. If we click stop, it's stopped. So that's how we can kind of work around this. And if you don't want this to be in the actual app, you can just say if debug. I actually just invented this. So this is not something I'm commonly doing, and maybe it's not a good idea, but this works. And for some reason, this is indenting things differently than Swift format is in Xcode. But never mind. This is now how it will still run. It will work here. And you can test the logic. We don't want to test logic in UI, of course. We will test it later differently using the Composable Architecture. But for now, this works. So we have the buttons. We want them to look a little bit more sophisticated. So I'm going to use the FS Symbols app, which is provided by Apple, where we can find a lot of icons they provide for us. So I want to have kind of a start button. So let's see what we find in the start. Yeah, we could use one of these, maybe time related something. Let's see what we can find here. Really fitting. And we'll just go with the play button. I think this is kind of a start action. Let's go with play fill. And if I shift command click, it will actually copy the name of this. And I can reference it here. Also, again, there is going to be a fix for this, and I'm going to apply it actually. Let's apply it right away after showing how this works. So we want to basically have a button. And you can see the different kinds of buttons we can add here. And I want to have a button with an icon. So I have to create one where I can specify the label myself. So the button role, I will skip that for now. The action is still the same current state thing that we were doing. And I think we can, yeah, let's structure it properly like this. And then the label is this. So the button's action is still this. And now for the label, we can specify any kind of view. And the view I want to have is a label. A label is actually something that can take an image and a text. So I want to have this text start, and I want to have the system image. Okay, I overwrote this. Again, let's copy this. I want to have play fill here. So let's see what this looks like. Cannot preview. Something is wrong here. Yeah. I missed to delete this part. Okay, the preview, try again. Continues, and this is now a start button. Looks more proper. And I'm going to apply the same thing below as well. In this case, make it stopped. Stop. And for the stop, we're just going to search for stop, and I think the stop fill is just fine. Although we do have stopwatch and things like that. Maybe we might change it later. So let's override this stop.fill. Now we can click stop, start, and this works as expected. Nothing happens right now, of course, if we click these, and also we don't want to show them at the same time. We only want to show start if we don't have a currently running one, and we want to show stop when we are in a running one. So we do need a state that is basically knowing if it's currently running or not. So let's add a state, and we want to know if the timer is running. And at the beginning, when we show the screen, it's going to be false. So the timer is not running. And actually, we might not need this current state anymore. Instead, what we can do to show the string is if timer is running, and we just print running, else we print not running. Let's keep it simple. And here we want the action to actually set timer is running to true, and here to false. Let's see how that works. So it's not running at the start. I'm starting, I'm stopping, I'm starting. Still, we're showing both buttons at the same time. So what I can do is I can just say if timer is running. In this case, we want to have if not. So if the timer is not running, we want to show this button. And if the timer is running, and again, let me get used to that. There we go. That shortcut. Now we have logic in the UI, but it's not logic as per what happens with data, which is always bad to put into the UI. Instead, we have logic into when to show a specific part of UI, which totally makes sense to have in UI. And we could actually go for if else here, because it's basically the same thing alternated. So I'll just do it this way. This is the else one. So I just go for else here and put this into there. So if we are not running, we start, and we are running, and we just see the right button all the time. So this is the start of the UI. And let's do some code cleanup here. Okay. Also, this is kind of like a lot of line breaks for this short of code. Let's just keep it like this for now. We can still adjust later if we need more space. Looks more readable to me. The padding, I think we can also apply here. Okay, we can't. Yeah, because the if else is not a view, obviously. Okay. Okay, we're going to improve this at the end, once we have some more view and logic here. So the next thing we need, let's go back to Bluebird. There we go. Is definitely a timer number. We somehow want to show the current, even if we don't have like a nice circle at the first version, we might add that later. We do want to show like the current state of timer, so we need to show that. And then also we might not need this debug thing anymore, because if there is a time showing that is running, that is changing, you know that it's running, and if it's not changing, we know that it's not running. So, and the timer in the end is nothing else but a text that shows the current time, that the left time. So we need this kind of data for somewhere. I will just add it as a state here. We might extract it somewhere else later. But basically, time left, let's just put it like that. And I'm going to use a time. Okay, Siri thought I was talking to it. We want to use a time interval.
Tut mir leid, Jihad, ich habe nichts Passendes in Flur in deine unsere Wohnung.
Okay, that's interesting. Cool, time left as a time interval. Actually, Swift is working on improving these kinds of things in a future version. I'm really looking forward to that. I think it's going to be included Swift 5.6, or I hope it will. But for now, we're stuck with this, and I just have to specify the time left for the beginning. Maybe we set a default here, and I can actually, this time interval is giving it seconds, so I can actually say something like 25 minutes is 60 seconds times 25. And this kind of works, but we will also improve that. Whenever we want to improve something, we should actually add a warning. So we're adding a warning here. Use dot minutes 25 through handy Swift. Explain it later when we fix it. Likewise, we wanna use safe symbols as a system image reference, so I don't forget that, and also localize the stuff. Localize the label title, button title, and the same things apply here too. The state timer is running. We have to extract that. Let's use auto completion here. Extract into state. So it's there. So we have some things to clean up later, but for now we have the time left, and it's 25 minutes at the beginning. We just show a text stating the minutes and the seconds, and because this is a time interval, and the time interval type really doesn't have much logic, it's basically just a double. If we look it up, you can see it's just the type alias for double, so it's just a number that we have there. But still, we can make use of it in a simple way, and we're going to do it by stating, let's just put it in this format where we have the hours and the seconds. This is also not greatly localized, but actually we might not have to localize that. I think this works internationally pretty much, and someone in the community might translate it later. But time left is given in seconds, so the minutes is just the time left for 60, but the problem is this is going to result in a double, because this is a double. So if time left was like 65, and we did 65 through 60, the result would be 1 point something, right? But we want it to be just the first part. We could round it and floor it or something like that, but it's much simpler to just turn this into an integer, because then we will automatically get the floor rounding when we this is just how integer division works. So when we want to have the rest, we just use the remainder, and we can do the same thing again. We can just turn it into an integer, because we're not going to show partial seconds, we're just going to show seconds. So I think this is going to be working fine. So we have this, and then we just get the truncating. Okay, how was this? Remainder, integer, remainder. I don't want to use the modulo operator. I think there is modulo and Swift. You see, I have to look up even simple things. Modulo and Swift and modulo. There was something truncating remainder. Why don't I get any autocompletion? Truncating remainder. Am I doing something wrong? I think I'm missing something here. It's not even building. Okay, just a sec. I think I have a bug here. Oh yeah, I'm not ending the, well, this looks correct. Okay, this is a little weird. Let's just do the calculation before. So minutes as an integer, and just calculate it like this. And then seconds, also an integer. And this time, auto completion should work much better. Truncating, there we go. But it doesn't work anyways. Is it on doubles only? Time left? Truncate, yeah, okay. So truncated remainder dividing by 60. And then we can just say minutes, seconds. If we run it again, cannot this rerun. This returns a double again. Why is it a double? Shouldn't it be an integer? Let's read up to, that's weird. Pretty documentation here. Okay, sometimes that command clicking doesn't work. Quick help also doesn't work. Let's make sure we're not doing anything wrong. It's always good to read up the documentation of methods, and I explained at the very beginning of the stream that development in many cases just means knowing as many APIs and their details as possible, and that also is why experienced developers in a specific platform are much faster at things than less experienced ones, and why experience is so important, and why it's also very important to stick to one platform and really dive deep into it before you just continue to the next technology, which can be daunting sometimes. Okay, returns the remainder of this value divided by the given using truncating division, returns the double. The other value to use when return a remainder of this value divided by other using truncating division. Results in a truncated integer quotient and a remainder. The values x and y and a truncated integer. For example, you can have, I see. You can divide by doubles. That's why it's a double. But in our case, because we don't divide by doubles, that's fine. We just turn it into an integer and this should work. But it's not building because we're showing, okay, these warnings seem not to work here. Let's put them before the double. Okay. Apple wants to keep these warnings on the top level. Try now. Okay, this is now working, and we can see is 25-0. Now, the problem with zeros, we want it to be two zeros. And there is actually an easy way to do this, and it's Swift leading zeros. And the funny thing is that I had asked this questions years ago, 2014. And yeah, I always get back to this to get the solution, and this is basically how you do it. Let's do that. We could do second string, or we just do it right away here. I think this is the seconds. One copy. This should work, and the same you want to do for minutes as well. So let's just go to minutes and minutes here. Now it should be working. There we go. Now this is not really beautiful, and also we don't need this here anymore, or actually we need it for now. But that's not very beautiful. So let's add a padding here, and let's make the text here much larger. And we can make the text larger by specifying the text, the font. So if you have a design system, you might have something else that you do here, which not only changes the font, but also applies colors and things like that. But if you just want to go with the default system of Apple, you can just go for title font for here, for example, which is pretty large, and then this looks much better. And it will also automatically scale. This is the nice thing about this. It will automatically scale with the settings of the user on the device. So keeping this font to title, current state is not running. This will be changed later. If we start, nothing happens right now. And that's also something we want to change. So we want basically that when we click start, this counts down. But so far we have already implemented some code. So let's just go to Git fork. And this is not something that I have completed. So I'm not going to actually make a commit, but I'm just going to stage the changes I have until now. The cool thing about this is currently everything is running, and I might start adding logic for the timer and things like that. And I might break something along the way, then I can at least see the differences between the staged and unstaged, so I can maybe figure out what I was what I was accidentally deleting or something like that. So this is also a way to save. I could also commit this and then just amend, and there's a lot of ways, but I like to go this route for this specific case right now. Okay. Oops. Okay, let's get to the timer actually, and let's just add some logic there. Let me see. Okay. So for the timer logic, we need a way to count this time left down. And this is definitely not something that we want to do in a view. So we might actually already want to create like the other parts of the composable architecture. And I think because we use a lot of time for setting up the structure per point freeze suggestion, I might actually skip that for now and just extract it later, which can save us time. But is it really useful? Does it really save time? Okay, let's actually get into cleaning things up. Okay, we have some UI now. It's not looking good. Do we want to add more UI? Let's first check that. So what else do we have here? It's got like special thing, leaving the screen, maybe a button for that. Do we want to leave the screen? Do we want to have something like cancel? I think if we stop. No, not yet. Then you can change, you can do some audio things here. We can skip that for now as well. And a nice representation of the GUI, maybe that's something we can skip that also for now. So currently we just have this and we have the button. Maybe we want to put the button at the bottom of the screen. So let's add a spacer here. But now the time is there at the top of the screen, which is also not nice. So let's add a spacer here too. We have a start button at the bottom and the time in the middle. This is more like a debugging info, and I definitely don't want to have it. Let's put it into group, then it will have like a different kind of style. Maybe we can actually get rid of it. Do we really need it? I think we don't need it anymore. Let's just get rid of it. Just to show you what the group would look like. So, oh, it doesn't change. Never mind. Okay, we have the spacer here now. Just a second. Okay, so this is 25. I want to actually have it even bigger. Is there a style that's bigger than title? Large title. That's still not very large, but we're going to stick with that. Maybe we should add a label above it to make sure that it's clear that it's a timer. So time left, something like that. And this one can get a font that's not, it's like a headline. I think that's the most proper semantic meaning. And this should do it. I want to add a style to the buttons. So there is button role. What is the button role? Can be destructive. No, okay, we don't really want to change the role, but we want to give it a style. Button style and button styles we have plain bordered. We want to have a bordered button style. I read that you can actually use, okay, yeah. Since with 5.504, I think it's possible to reference types with just the dot here. It's button style bordered, but didn't change. This is the wrong button. There we go. Now we have a border button. Yeah, starting to look a little better. We might always improve the UI. We could, for example, test out what this looks like in dark mode. So let's actually do that. And we have to configure the things. I have to stop it first. There we go. And the style can be changed. Where was it? Let me delete this again. Preview, device, layout, orientation. Here's the color scheme. So dark mode, what this would look like. Yeah, works too. Here we go. Cool. Timer is running, spacer, time left. I think the UI is fine for now. We'll just go into improvements now. So I will actually make a commit now because we have basically implemented the very basics of the UI of the timer feature. So this adds the composable architecture timer feature and the view itself. And what we could do is we could go into the app entry point. We could import the timer feature here, which means we need to first import into the target itself. So we need the timer feature and we want to directly include it here. Import timer feature. Okay, it's not available yet because did I miss something? I think this should work as is. Oh, just type it in sometimes. Yeah, there we go. Timer feature. And the problem is the view is currently still internal, so we have to make it public. We also have to make the body public, and we also have to make the initializer public. Now we can go to the content view and we can just show it. So this is currently showing a list and all of these things, which we really don't need. And we could actually clean up all these things here. But I'm actually going to, this is in a navigation view, I'm just going to use a button or navigation link. With a title, show the timer view or feature. It's just for debugging, and then the destination is just timer view init method. See if that builds, and this time we have to check the app entry point and run that. Builds it, but it doesn't build. It does build. Okay. Yeah, it's really not great if that happens. Okay, we can just run the app then. So let's go back to list, and actually it's not showing navigation link because this is text, this is a navigation view, list, select an item below the list. There's not really a VStack or something. First select an item. I don't understand what this view does. I think this belongs into a VStack. Let's just put it into a VStack. Not entirely sure what will happen now. Just run it and see. Yeah, this is more like what I was expecting. I also don't understand what the select an item thing does. Let's run it on Mac. Maybe it does something on a Mac. But then it should only be running on the Mac. It's really weird. Not sure what this is doing. Anyways, we do have this navigation link now, and while it doesn't look nice, it does show the timer. So that works, and the same here. And it does show the timer, and it also has the back button due to being in the navigation view. Cool, so this can be somehow opened, and this is obviously not final, so this is like a debugging preview navigation place at the proper place later. Okay, now we can reach the timer view from inside the app, and we can still continue working on this. Let's clean this up too, and now I will be actually committing this. Nice. So implement basic. I will implement view part of timer feature. Basic view parts of timer feature. Let's commit that. And you can see now here Swift format has done some formatting changes, and I see them, I agree, and I just amend them to the last commit, and then I push. So a little progress here on the view end. Let's go back to the app, to the timer feature. Now we're going to do some cleanup things and fix the warnings. First thing I want to fix is the system image that we're referencing through a string. The problem is, while I'd copied the string into here, some people might want to type it, or I accidentally might add this here or something like that. And then if I run this, you will see that basically it doesn't work anymore. It's not there anymore. And I don't want this to happen. I want this to be always showing an icon, and either the compile fails or I chose the wrong icon, but it shouldn't be that there is just a wrong reference there. And we can fix this easily by using the library. I see I have many tabs open, so let's clean it up as well. So there's a library, there's a library on GitHub called sfsave symbols. There's also another one which is called similarly, but I tend to go for with this one. And basically what this library does is, if you can see here, any system name reference can be replaced by a reference to basically sf symbol dot, and then it just creates an enumeration basically around all the sf symbols that are available, and it also gets updated regularly, so I can recommend this specific library. So I'm just going to copy the SSH here, add it as a dependency, an outside dependency. Again, no name needed. URL is this without the git part. In requirement, I will go from the version, the current one, which is 2.1.3. 2.1.3. And why is it not indenting properly? And let's add the comment of what it does, so everyone who checks this out can quickly get a grasp of it without Googling it. Okay, we've added the dependency. Now we want to add it also to our timer feature. So I'm going to call it the product. The name of the product is SF save symbols. Let's just copy it. Package also SF save symbols. No condition needed. And LMS. Okay, this is I think also alphabetical order. Now if I save, Xcode will try to resolve the packages. And once it's done, we can actually import SF save symbols. Once it's done. There we go. And now we can reference things safely. So we have the system image here, and it's play fill. What SF save symbols provide, it's a overriding of this initializer of label. So let's have a look into label initializer. I can call the same one this time with system symbol instead of system image. So every API you find a system image, you can just replace it by system symbol. Now you can reference the symbol play fill safely with auto completion. And if I mistype here, it would just not compile, it would just fail. You see? So no issues anymore with that. And that solves this one here. Now we do the same thing here. Symbol stop fill, and we can remove this one as well. I think that's about it for the symbols here. So we fixed that, and we can see that everything is still working without any issues. Preview is running. Okay, it's not really working. What happened now? I was on the macOS application. Could that be the issue? Timer feature. Oh, this is the wrong target, but it doesn't matter, does it? Oh yeah, it does matter. I want to get back to this device. Come on, preview. Now we go. There we go. Still everything looking the same. Next thing we want to fix is the localization here. I do want to localize this. I'm going to keep it simple, but I'm going to use a tool called body crouch. And let's go into the terminal just to check if it's already installed. Okay, if it's not installed for you, you can just install via brew install body crouch. And setting it up is also described on the body crouch framework site. So getting started, installation, configuration, we just run body crouch in it. Let's do that. And it creates a .body crouch toml file, which again, I would like to add this to the root files here. So let's drag and drop it. .body crouch.toml, and adding it here. Great, this is nice. And also what I always like to do is sort by type, which by the way is also indirectly sorting by name. You can also just do sort by name if you prefer that, but I like to have the folders together and different kinds of types together, And inside the same type, I want it to be sorted by name, which sorted by type automatically does. So it's actually sort by type and inside type by name. That's basically what this does. So here we see sorted by type. Okay, in the case of Rufus, I actually just want to sort it by name. In this case, I don't want to have the type defined. In other places, I typically do sort by name. What you don't need to do below the package, because the package, Swift package automatically, it's all folder references and automatically sorts by alphabetical order automatically. And also by type, I think. As you can see here, these are together, these together, these together, although the B is definitely above others. So we have now the body crouch tunnel, and you can see you can do many things here. And what we want to do is we want to just use the defaults with some adjustments that are recommended. So recommended is always to set the paths where the interfaces are changed. We don't have any interfaces here because the interfaces are only needed by interface if you use interface builder, which is basically if you use UIKit and storyboards and zip files and things like that. So we don't have that. We can just skip interfaces, and we can also delete it from the tasks. So for code, I want to specify the code path where it searches for strings and localizations and things like that, and that's the sources folder here. And also we have this app folder where we could have also some of these. So let's specify. It's in open focus timer. Oh, it's actually not. There is directly sources. And we also have hi MomoG1907, or should I call Fenerbahce birth date? How are you doing? Thank you for following. Thank you very much. So we're in the app, we're looking for the app sources here as well. And this is, let's just check where these are exactly placed. So sources at the top level, and we have open focus timer /app. I'm learning. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm doing fine. I'm coding, as you can see, and yeah, first stream. It's kind of little how should I put it? It was like for the beginning, at least, it was really little. Yeah, I was kind of I'm losing words here. I was nervous. Let's just put it like that. How's learning going? What are you learning? What topic are you learning right now? So open focus timer /app. Localizable paths. We don't have any localizables yet, but we're going to add them to sources or app. So let's just put the same here too. Then default to keys, no additive. We will just keep the defaults for the other things that we have here. Update transform. This is the very important thing here. And again, we just have the same things here. Localizable paths, also the same. Transformer, we can use foundation, but we want to use SwiftGen in combination. So I'm going for SwiftGen here. And you can read this up really in the body crouch. There's a blog post which goes into all the details, how to set it up, why it's all done and things like that. But you can see that setting up SwiftGen means the transformer needs to be changed. SwiftGen structured actually, so let's do that. I'm learning in Bochum with a good friend Mahir. Currently topic is accounting. Not very fun. Yeah, I can imagine that. I think like business, numbers, things like that is not always fun. Not for everybody, at least. Some people like that because it's clear thing. It's like tidying up, I think. Some people just like that as well because it gives them a nice feeling. I don't like tidying up as well. So yeah, I can totally understand that. Is it a lot of like memorization, or is it more logic, more calculation? What kind of work is that? And also greetings to Mahir. Okay, support a language enum path. This is something more interesting, and this basically is referring to a file that we need to add to our project, which is the bodygraph Swift file. So I will just copy that from here, and I will just add it somewhere. And when we build our app, it's going to reference it from there. So we want to have, actually, because we split everything up, we want to have something that everything references to. I think we need a core package. And in the core package, we need to add that. So let's actually add a core package. Library, core, or utility. Let's put a core for now. Let's name it utility. I actually like that more. And then utility. And we're adding a target here too. Utility, dependencies, product, oops, utility, actually no dependencies for now. Yeah, what we want instead is everything to depend on this target. So maybe we will never need any dependencies there. Let's go with utility here. Now we can create the party crouch file. It's not a lot of memorizing, just basic stuff regarding that part. It's more about business accounting, how it works, what to pay attention to, etc. I see. Sounds okay. Kind of like a list of things you need to consider. Yeah, a bit of logic. But yeah, good luck with the learnings and all that. When's the exam? So until when do you have time to learn? And what are you doing in Bochum, by the way? Just visiting a friend? Do you visit some other place? Okay, so which languages do we support? We can actually add more here, but this is only relevant for initial translations anyways. So I'm just going to go with languages that I speak myself. Okay, let's just go with these two, I think. That's fair enough to translate easily to them. Let's remove the to do here. And yeah, we also need to make it public because we want to reference it from everywhere. There we go. Should be it. And let's also apply the white spaces. Cool. Now we have body crouch here in the utility. And we want to include utility everywhere else, so we have to reference it in the dependency and timer feature. Utility. In the model, we might also need utility, I'm not sure. Let's keep it away till now. The fewer dependencies, the better. And yeah, I think we can translate once we have the body crouch configuration finished and SwiftGen also we need to configure. So support languages enum path. This is now the path to our utility framework, which is under sources/utility. Easy. Type name is body crouch, translate method name is translate. We could adjust those, but we keep the same. Then we can normalize. I think we normalize in the same paths. Source locale can stay in English. Harmonize with source, yes. Sort by keys, yes. Yes, exactly. Thank you. It's starting with the beginning of February. All in all, 5 exams. Programming is also an exam I have to write. Oh, programming, nice. Which language are you programming in? Java, I'm assuming. I'm in Bochum because before mentioned Fred has his exams at the same time, and we just try to push each other to learn more and longer. Also, he has a lot of better learning places, as in Bochum every place is still open. Totally fine. Not the same as where I study, but enough of that. We'll go on learning, have fun. Yeah, cool. Sure, you can also lurk and just keep me open on the side. And yeah, good luck with the learnings. Linting, same here. Duplicate keys, empty values. Yeah, that's all fine. So mostly what we did here is set the code paths. I also changed the SwiftGen structured because we want to use SwiftGen, which is has a nicer approach, and we have to set up that now as well. In order to do that, we're going to use, yeah, let's go to SwiftGen. So we're still in kind of project setup terms. But once they are set up, we're going to have some magic that we can work with, which is always great. No, but C# actually, SQL on another exam as well. Mobile app developing will be part next semester. Yes, leaving you open, good music on the background and calming voice in the background. Yeah, thank you. I might have to talk less so you can actually concentrate. Okay, we have SwiftGen here. Installation. There are multiple possibilities to install. We're looking for... Actually, I might just steal my configuration from elsewhere. Again, let's go to the prayer app. Go to swiftgen.yaml. So we have here a setup already for assets for interface builder, which we don't need. Assets we might need later. And we could actually set that up now too. Let's start with the strings. So it's a swiftgen.yaml file we need to add. Again, at the top level. Start with an empty file. Swiftgen.yaml. Make sure it's actually at the top. And not added to any targets. And let's sort again. I think I was sorting this by name. And let's add the contents and then adjust it. So app resources, that was the place here. Here we have sources / and then we don't have a we don't have any localizable strings target yet. And let's think about how it makes sense to set up resources the best way. So we want to reference the resources from any feature, or maybe we actually want to have a localizable per feature. Does that make sense? So we don't have any dependencies on localizable, but actually it's not a huge dependency, is it? At least the localizables are not. The assets, maybe the assets make sense to keep it in the feature, but then there's going to be shared assets. There can also be shared localizables. Let's keep it simple. Let's just put all the resources into one place. So I'm just going to add a target just for resources. And actually maybe the body crouch class we have also should be in that. Because everything that needs localizations is going to rely on that, and it's also going to need to be able to call to body crouch translate. Yeah, it kind of makes sense. So we might just need to rename the utility one we have here already to resources. Does that make sense? Let's try it out. We have a target resource, and here I have to clearly specify the resources, so we do have to add some more things here. And the resources I will have here will be different kinds. The first one, let's rename that also to resources. The first one, I hope the rename is working. Not sure about it. Let's check in Finder. Sometimes Xcode has problems with renaming, but it did work. It's just not updating here, so let's just close and open Xcode again. There we go. Works now. So we have the resources here, and I want to add a localizable.strings file. String. But there is a type called strings file. Am I doing wrong here? Well, I will start with an empty file. It's basically a simple file anyways. So let's just call it localizable.strings. It already picks it up. Let's add localizations to that file. And for some reason I can't choose localizations here. Okay, it might actually be easier to do the localization on the app target. I just click localize, and then this is the English version. And then I go back to Finder. And we just copy this entire thing here. Okay, I don't like that. Let me just move this to resources. See if that works. Okay, kind of. Actually, we haven't specified any extra languages, so maybe we should add more languages to our apps. So we have base, English, and that's a German at least, which I can translate to easily. So we have at least one more language, and then we can go back here. In order to, okay, I will just create a folder, del_proj, copy that file, see here. That was manual work, it's not great. Yeah, it might actually be a feature that needs to be added to that tool. Now we already wrote down, create a GUI for the prime free modularity style. Add solutions for localization, for resources, etc. What else we have? Resources, core data. That was also a problem that we came across. So let's continue here though. So we don't have any translations yet, but we have these two languages. And we have this here. Is it a good structure? Maybe I could just call it localizations. Let's just give that folder a name, localizable, so it's clear that we're talking about local, because this is not nice representation. Typically, if you do it in the app here, it just shows this file, and then you open that file and you see the different languages. And this time it's different for this. Maybe it will pick it up once we specify the resources. Maybe that was the missing part. So let's process the path localizable. Oops. Localizable inside the resources. And is it localization? Yeah. Default, a constant that represents default internationalization. Base, constant that represents. I will just go for default. Let's see what happens here. Also reopen the project. So Xcode can pick up the new files. See how it will represent the localizable now. Still the same way. Okay, then I will keep it called localizable. Now we have a localizable strings. Yeah, let's say this is a starting point. And now we also want to have a folder I call SwiftGen, where we put all the generated SwiftGen files in. And as we can see in the prior project, where we have also the XE assets, we might also add that too. We will also create files for that. So we have an assets.swift and strings.swift. Let's add these too. Oops. Strings. Okay, I have to go for a minute. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. Let's complete this part here. So string Swift, it will be overridden, so we don't need to add anything here. And we need assets.swift. Also be overridden. Now we have to configure the right paths. So we have strings, the inputs for the strings is the localizable strings file, which is placed under resources, localizable /en. This seems to be correct. SwiftGen, and then it generates it into also sources, resources, and that's SwiftGen strings. And that's basically the same path here till here. The resources for assets, we don't have them yet, so let's add them as well. We have images and colors, they are separated. And yeah, I want to do that this way as well. We could do it differently, but I like to do it this way. So we just call it images. And another one. Colors. So we can add colors and images in here. Let's add a test one. So sample color and give it some kind of color here. Doesn't really matter. There we go. And image, we could add sample image. Sample. I don't really want to add an image here, but let's just say it has only one scale, so it's just one. And yeah, let's keep it empty. It's just for generating, and we can replace it later with the right ones. So now we have these things here, and now what we want to do is just after checking that these paths are correct, not correct. Sources/resources image assets. Now it should be correct. And basically what we want to do is we want them to be updated automatically whenever we build. The thing is, we have now packages, and the question is, how can we run these when packages are built? And I think this could be possible by now, or it could be possible soon. Not entirely sure. I have to check it. Swift evolution. So if you ever want to know or read up how Swift features were added into Swift, and also which ones are going to be added in the future, you can go to Swift Evolution, because Swift is an open source project, and the discussion is being made open source here on Swift Evolution. And I regularly read here, and I can only recommend to everyone to do that too. And I know that recently there were discussions and also decisions made that allow plugins in Swift PM. Here we go. Additional plugin APIs. There was also one before. 303, I think. Here we go. Extensible build tools. Binary target improvements. I think one of them had actually SwiftGen mentioned. So let's just search for SwiftGen. There we go. This doesn't. It's mentions button. Oh, there is also an example. So we have two examples of SwiftGen. Let's close this. How it can be integrated. SwiftGen command may generate output files, etc., etc. SwiftGen.yaml file on the package level, which we have too. Supports a config file. Package manifest has a dependency on a SwiftGen package. So it's going via plugin, SwiftGen plugin. Does this actually exist? Targets executable, name my library, plugins. So there's a plugin package here somehow. So we need a SwiftGen plugin for now. Let's check if the SwiftGen actually has something like that. Yeah, SwiftGen. plugin. Let's just search for that in the issues. Maybe we should search for SwiftPM. SwiftPM. Use bundle module, remove SwiftGen 5. SwiftPM bundle. Okay, it's not really mentioned here, it's just showing how it could be done. In this case, plugin is Swift. How can we actually do this differently? We could go through a build script again. I don't want to get into details here. Actually, I'm just going to create a to-do again because we want to save time. Check how to run SwiftGen and body crouch as SwiftPM plugins. Somehow, this is something we need to do. But for now, we're just going to do the same solution as before, and as we have a build script file here, I'm just going to add the things that we need to add otherwise here. And that's going to be body crouch command, that's listed as SwiftGen command. I think we can find them here, because here they are set up as build scripts. So if we go to Xcode project, SwiftGen, should find the build script here. There we go. This is the build script that is being run, and it basically just calls build SwiftGen. Very simple. So let's check if we have SwiftGen installed. Okay, it actually does a little more than that. Should we assume that SwiftGen is installed? I think we will fix it later anyway. So for now, I will just put it here into the build script. So we just run. Oops, what did I do? We just run SwiftGen. And I believe body crouch, it's just called update -x. What we don't need, it's just body crouch update and body crouch lint. Unfortunately, we will not see body crouch lint output in Xcode, but we can also add these to as build scripts, traditional build scripts. Let me just copy these. Oh, Big Batson, welcome. So, kids and wife went to bed. Now online with my main account, what did I miss? What did you miss? Well, we basically set up, we're still on the process of setting up the project, but we have also started working on one UI. So let me show you the UI that we have so far. It's very simple UI. It might not build right now because I was in the middle of doing something else. But I think we have the app still somewhere. So if I open the app here, I can directly get into that UI by clicking here. And this is the UI that we have built so far. So we have the timer that we want to set up here. We have a label stating time left, and we can click start and stop. That's basically all we have as a UI right now. And what we are doing right now is to clean up some things that are going to prevent us from having bugs creep into our code. Because, for example, this icon here is a reference in a way in code that it could actually disappear, and then you cannot see anything there. Oh, welcome, Wymus41. Welcome. How are you doing? And the other thing that we're trying to fix right now is we also want to localize everything, and we want to prevent that we can forget to localize specific parts of the app. So that's the kind of setup that we're doing. And for that, we need to add here two tools called SwiftGen and Body Crouch, and that's exactly what I'm doing right now. And yeah, so let me add the build scripts for the iOS app and the macOS app. So at least they run when we run these apps. One is SwiftGen, the other one is body crouch. And the order is actually important because body crouch is going to generate, or is it the other way around? No, body crouch is going to generate and change the strings files, and SwiftGen is going to create from the strings files a strings Swift file. That sounds more stable than some other program I know. Yeah, true. Well, I mean, we're using these things too on the other program as well, and I think the issue can creep in if the program grows and you don't really have your hand on the details on all levels, then you can run into problems. Cool. So we wanted to add the SwiftGen here. Let's add that first. So all the \n's are actually new lines. So how did your work go today, Batson? How was your day? You did work, right? So we have to, I don't know, maybe I have to open just the, let's just download the player project here. It's much easier to copy it right from the project than trying to get this done. So let's just download the zip file. It's open source anyways. Let's just open the prayer project here. Trust and open. Go to build phases, and here we have the SwiftGen. Actually, I think we don't need that homebrew thing. And then we need body crouch. I don't know why this homebrew thing is in there. Doesn't hurt, but let's try it without. So update and lint, so we can see the lint warnings inside of Xcode. Oh, Big Batson, maybe a similar program which Yes, office day even. Luckily finished a bigger customer issue yesterday and could focus on strategic things today. Nice, that sounds great. Can't go into too much detail, but least assured you knows about it. Yeah, interesting. I don't know how to ask for more details. But I think maybe we just keep it there. And let me ask you something else. Well, how about the progress on Pokemon? Did you make any progress there? We have to fight, right? I'm ready. My teams are ready. So body crouch SwiftGen. And because I just saw it, I just want to add something else too, which is XCSort. And this is just a script that I found online. I think it's easy to find if you just search for XCSort. It just sorts files in, actually we don't need it, but for your information, it just sorts files in the PBX project file in Xcode, so it just reduces merge conflicts. Why we don't need it? We might actually need it, so let's just add it. It won't hurt. XCSort. XCSort. Now all these three we also have to add to the Mac app. I wish my wife is currently hugging the Switch with Stardew Valley. Well, that's a nice game. That's definitely a nice game. Stardew Valley, my wife loved it as well. Well, Big Batson, sad to hear that you can't go into more details. Would be happy to help after my learning vacation. But I already told her she was until January 26th. I already told her she has until January 26th, then it's all mine again. January 26th, that's how far is it? 2 weeks? Yeah, exactly 2 weeks away. So does that mean that we're fighting in 2.5 weeks? Is that what I get there? And isn't Stardew Valley available on other platforms as well? Maybe you can just give her your computer or something. I don't know. So body crouch, let's copy it here too. So whenever we run any of these two applications, it actually does the changes. Same thing for the SwiftGen. I hope this will just work. And lastly, XE sort. Cool. '26 is release for Arceus Legends, right? Wasn't it 28th? It's 26th then. Yeah, by the way, I'm calling Arceus now because the official Japanese name is Arceus. And yeah, you know, I like Japan, so Arceus is now the official. I mean, I think most are saying Arceus or something. But Arceus. I'm interested in Arceus as a Pokemon itself. So I'm really looking forward to what they do with the Pokemon, with the god of all Pokemon. Let's see about that. So that means I have to fill my time with Cyberpunk gaming until Arceus is out. And does that mean we're not going to fight at all? Or are we going to fight while you're playing on Arceus? Are you going to stream Arceus? And so format, I think that's all what we need from here. So let's close this project again. Can also close that. Okay, we have added these, we have added those. XE sort, we don't need them on the git pre-commit hook. Let's actually check if the commands are the same. Yes, they are. And the reason why we don't add the -x here is because the X stands for Xcode, and it only makes sense to specify when you do something in Xcode. So let's add body crouch. Actually, we don't need these. I think this is clear. Oh, you're right with 28th, but that just means I have 2 more days for Shining Diamond. Yeah, I will try to. Not sure how long I can manage to take the Switch. Well, yeah, 2 days, and then you mean like after the 2 days, and then how long you can keep it? Is that what you mean? But 2 days, that's I think isn't 2 days enough to have like a couple of fights? I have to, as I said, I have 2 teams of 6 Pokemon that I can play with, so we can do one with one team on one day and the other on the other day. Build script. Sure, it's getting closer to finishing the stream, but I want to complete this setting up of body crouch, SwiftGen, and all of that, and then I'm going to close. I mean, it might take 10 or 15 minutes still, so let's see how that goes. Okay, let's get back on track here. Build script, body crouch. At least one fight should happen till then. Yeah, that sounds nice. SwiftGen. We are here. We want to generate these files. We have set up SwiftGen YAML. So this might already work. We have these files here. We have these files here. Let me just build the macOS and let's see what happens. Does it fails? Resource, okay. We have some failures here. Let's actually read the full thing. Localize based on target resources in a localization there and has an explicit localizing declaration in the package manager. Choose one or the other to avoid any ambiguity. Okay, so no explicit localization needed here. Let's remove it then. See what happens now. It's gone. Default localization not set is required in the presence of localized resources. Yeah, true. Package, I think. It's on the package level, right? Default localization. Default right after the name. Default localization. Language tag, I think it's just a string. Missing package products, app entry point. See. The app entry point. It's building. There's something wrong there. Sure, we should try to build the resources first. But this is building. Extract into state once it's here. This is our warning. Localization, another warning. Preview navigation place, add to per place. Yeah, that's all our own warnings. So the let's try to build the resources. Let's see what happens. Does it build? It does build. It doesn't even take time. So let's build the app now. It is build is running fine. So the build script is run now. Let's see if the assets file is actually changed. But it isn't. So something doesn't work yet. Let's stash the files. Stage the files. So the files that are looking fine, we're staging them now. Package.swift file, library. These changes all look fine. So we have the target here, resources, and it's processing localizable. Body crouch configuration is added. Time review, save symbols added. This one is not really needed. Maybe we could discard this one. Everything else is improving. That's looking good. These are also looking good. The question is, why is the build script not run? Body crouch not installed. SwiftGen not installed. Okay, maybe this homebrew thing that we had in prayer is actually needed. Don't know why, but let's just add them so it works again. Maybe it's a M1 Mac issue. So we're going to iOS app, build script, body crouch. Let's add it here. Let's add it there. Same with the Mac app. By the way, Big Batson, if you're still there, I think for Windows, the go-to platform or language, I think it's called .NET. And I think that's the one you might want to check out. That seems to be like the go-to UI, kind of developing an app on Windows. .NET. And I think it works with VS Code, the IDE. Yeah, let me show you like .NET. Developer platform for building your apps, and you can build web apps, mobile apps, desktop apps, any kind of thing with .NET, and yeah, it works on Windows very nice. It's from Microsoft, so it's like the native language to do that. Yeah, error messages containing that. It's used in many apps. I'm not sure if every app uses that. There's also something called WF, which is Windows Presentation Foundation. I think this is more related to UI framework. So you combine them, I think, .NET and WF, where the .NET is your development environment, and WPF is basically the UI framework where you can find all the different UI elements. You can read like things here. Yeah, this is connected to .NET. So let's finish this up. So we have added this now. Let's build now. Let's try and see what happens. Okay, now body crouch is running, but no input files. So something is wrong. Could not find supported language enum within body crouch enum within path. So we're running this, and the body crouch Thomas says it's inside the directory sources/utility, which is no longer the case. Of course, this is failing. Makes sense. Now it has to be this. Let's build again. Still can't find it. Sources/resources, isn't it right? Sources, resources, body crouch. Let's put it into directly body crouch.swift file. No source languages files, no strings files file. This is interesting. Where does it search from? It should actually search from the root, right? The Mac app is running from the root. Sources / resources / Okay, this is also something I have to fix. Let's actually put it into a to-do list, which is also our list of things that we need to do next time. So body crouch, linking our paths not working properly. Code transform normalize, it all works fine. Does SwiftGen work? So let's have a look at the SwiftGen files. Nothing changed, so SwiftGen also doesn't seem to work. No localized strings file found. Okay, we first have to deactivate body crouch. Let's actually just move SwiftGen up, just to see if that works. And still nothing changed. SwiftGen is also not working. Well, let's move this down. Let's just run it on the command line. What happens here? Okay, data corrupted. Given data was not valid. SwiftGen config init, SwiftGen config lint. I never saw this one here, decoding error. Let me check the SwiftGen file, configuration file. Do we have something that's looking wrong there? Wrong app. SwiftGen.yaml. This is strings, path, output, inputs, template. The template is missing. It's using a custom template. Outputs, template path is SwiftGen XCS. So let's have a look at the template then in that project. Looks like copying a lot of things from that project. So this is a stencil file. Let's just add it. Empty file. SwiftGen, how's it called? XCAssets.stencil. And also on the top. The contents. Sort. And rerun SwiftGen. And now it's looking better. An error occurred. The data couldn't be read because it isn't in the correct format. Okay, the assets worked. Right? Yeah, the assets work. But the translations don't work yet. This is all looking correct. And the order is still right. Right crouch first, yes. Okay, the music is getting quite boring actually. Let me change it to another playlist. Let's do a little bit of rock. And if the music isn't loud enough, I can also make it louder. Just tell me what you feel like the right amount of volume is. I think it's more appropriate for this time, right? Cool. We're still on fixing SwiftGen configuration. Now we have this fixed. The localizable doesn't work, so something is wrong with the paths. Let me just check the full path of these files. So we have open focus tab, sources, resources, localizable, DE, localizable those strings. Let's just copy it to make sure there are some typos in it. Like this. Changing the E to EN. Maybe because the file is empty. Let's also add a key. Sample key. Sample value. Let's see if this is the issue. Build again. Well, let's run SwiftGen to be more correct. Yes, this was the issue. So this is now working as well. Yeah, let's just keep them. They are samples. And this works now as well. Cool. Now the only question is why body crouch doesn't work. But we might actually get it to work. Let's just go back to our project. If I run, if I build, SwiftGen YAML not found. Seems like there was an error running SwiftGen. Which path is it running it from? This is really weird. Okay, there's something wrong with the configuration here and it might need some more investigation. So for now, I'm going to stick with the configuration basics. I have added the SwiftGen general integration, the body crouch integration, and also just to explain why we're doing this, the goal is we have, for example, this this is not the right one here. The goal is we have, for example, this timer feature. Oops. Timer feature. Let's try to see if the preview works here. So this is the warning we're trying to fix right now. Localize the button title. And for some reason this doesn't build. Let's just clean the cache. And retry building that. Oh, it's building for the Mac. Let's build it for the iPhone 12 mini. So it's building. Let's see the preview. And what we're trying to do now is this stop text here. This is currently not localized. So if someone with a German device or any kind of language that's not English opens the app, they will see the word stop here, and we want to localize it. And there is a simple way of localizing it in a way where you can get into bugs very easily. So this is now the preview of the app. Let's make it smaller. Let's run it. And yeah, here we can see how it's running. And we want to localize this in a way where we basically type here body crouch dot translate, and we just put the key here, for example, new key. The translations like English, or in this case, let's just go for an actual key, which is timer feature dot stop button title, for example. And then we can go English is stop, and in this case German actually is also stop, but with 2 P's. And we don't need a comment, for example. And then when I build this, let's remove this. And then when I build this, actually, what it should do is it should replace automatically this body crouch translate call with a call to SwiftGen's L10N. And this is the body crouch magic that typically happens, but it's not working right now. And that's what we will fix until next time. So let me run it. Yeah, it's actually not working. And I think we will not fix it right now. I will just revert these changes here and we will make a commit and we will continue from there next time. So let's save this current state. So we have these files. Let's just summarize what we did here. Setup, body crouch, not working yet, and SwiftGen first, and also we set up already SF save symbols. Body crouch and SwiftGen. For save ref. And I will link to the body crouch blog post, which I think explains in pretty detailed why we're doing this. And SF symbols, I think, is self-explaining. And I don't see anything that we shouldn't commit. This will run. Oh, what happens when I run body crouch directly? Body crouch update. No localization extracted from code. Makes sense, but it works. Body crouch lint. So actually body crouch is working. It's just not working as a build script. So we just have to fix it as a build script. And that's definitely something. Body crouch linking for personal working. As a build script. Very interesting. We'll check that. So this is our to-dos. We might not do all of them next time, but definitely we have app icon to do. We have make sure that the linter ensures trading commas and arrays. This is not high priority. We could actually skip that. I think it is working fine. If there's only one entry in the array, it actually doesn't require a comma. I see the same song is repeating all the time. Let's fix that. Okay. So yeah, we can just skip that. Then we have check how to run SwiftGen and body crouch as Swift PM plugins. That's definitely something I want to check out. So we can do it on each of the schemes that we're running. For example, if we're running some of the smaller features like the timer feature, we want to run it too. Currently it's not happening. And body crouch not working as a build script from CLI. Yeah. So that's about it. Let's commit these files. And we can see that Swift format has again corrected some things. Here too. Let's amend them. Looking good. And now I'm pushing this. And that's it basically. So off the focus timer, we have made some progress on the Pomodoro timer because we have implemented the view. And other than that, from all these features that we want to have, we haven't really started anything because we're basically focusing on the Xcode project setup. YMS41, Geod, would we see a sample for how colors work with SwiftGen next time? How colors work with SwiftGen? So you mean like how we can reference colors that are added through SwiftGen? Is that what you mean? Because I can basically show you how that works. So we have this sample color here already. And I have also this SwiftGen custom axis asset that you can find. Let me link to it in case you want to use it. But it's not much different from the original in the repository of SwiftGen itself. But let me just add a link to it here. So you have the link now. And basically, this creates the color section in internal enum here. And now you just reference this and it's called asset.colors.sample, or here I'm also making it shorter in the custom one where we just call it colors. We just type alias the sub one, and then what we can do is everywhere where we have imported the resources one. So let me just go here. We don't have it imported yet, but we want to import it. So import resources. And if you have it in one app, all in one app, then you're going to be able to reference it from everywhere. And then I can just say something like, okay, I want to add the color here. So I just go for colors sample, and that just gives me the color. And you can see it's basically creating a UI color. So in order to use it in SwiftUI, we have to adjust the code. And I do have an app where I have already done this, and I have already posted it also on SwiftGen actually. So if you want to have the same for SwiftUI, let's go to SwiftGen, just search for SwiftUI inside the repository. You'll find a few issues here, SwiftUI support, And if you could just scroll down until you find my answer, there you go. So I just basically said I'm working on a pure SwiftUI app, and I created this custom template which works for my need. Actually, let's copy that and let's see if that improves things for us. So maybe I will make it better. So let's run SwiftGen. And then let's see how the assets have changed. Okay, you can see that it looks kind of different. In this template, I have used just a shorter name because I am in SwiftUI. The name color is already a type in SwiftUI itself. So I just named the color in short, and same for images, image in short. And I think I will keep it like this because this is a SwiftUI app, makes sense. Now what I can do is I can basically say, okay, when I need a color somewhere, like I want to add, let's actually go to timer view, where we want to change the color of this text. I just want to change the foreground color. Now I can just reference color.sample if I import resources, of course. I can now reference color.sample, and it would just give me a color, and you can see in the preview then that it has the new color, which is white. So not a good example here. Oh no, it's not right, white. So what happened there? Okay, this is how to use SwiftGen for colors. Why this is white is a different topic. I have to check it out. It might be due to how SwiftPM includes assets or something. I don't really know. Might also be something entirely else. Let's try background color. Is it also not working? Do a background color for the VStack. Nothing happening. I think it's important to color as white. If we used color.red, it should be, yeah. Okay, so somehow it imports it as white, but basically that's it. And I will also add you and give you the link for this one here, so you don't have to search for it. If you just want to use a SwiftUI one, otherwise use the other one I have posted above. And maybe there's also by now a better solution officially. I see there's a lot of people who have requested something like this. But yeah, that's basically what you were asking for, I hope. Great, thanks. So great to hear that. Then basically this is it for my side. Let's just also commit the changes here. And we don't need this, but this one is the new. This is also the new. Look how much simplified the SwiftUI one is. So update the custom SwiftGen asset generation template for SwiftUI. And let's just add the link actually here too. That's clear where the source is. Everything else I will revert and we will work on next time. Any questions? Oh, Xcode crashed. That's a nice way to finish the things. Any questions? Anything you would like to add? Any last questions to the end? Then feel free to write. Otherwise, yeah, we're getting to a close here, and I will be ending the stream. Yeah, shortly. And thank you for everyone who stopped by for watching. And don't forget to follow in case you just watch without following. And I will be streaming on Friday again at 2 p.m. German time, so basically 5 hours before today. And on Fridays, I will be focusing on open source, which is different from this. This is like an app project for me. It's like a hobby project. It might actually, I'm not saying that this app has to be open source, that I'm working on Wednesdays. I might also work on closed source projects on Wednesdays, but I think most of the time it will be open source as well. But those are more like projects that are just for myself. and may be useful to others. But on Fridays, I will be working mainly on work that is useful to others as well. For example, maintenance of open source projects such as Body Crouch. So you can see that Body Crouch has a lot of issues open, and there's also pull requests now. One of them at least is new, and also some features were requested to me. And I basically plan to do some Body Crouch work this Friday, and also maybe some other kind of open source tools. If you want to know which ones exactly, I will be posting more details on Twitter. So if you don't follow me on Twitter yet, follow me on Twitter as well. Let me send you the, yeah, basically it's the same name, but there you go. This is the link as well. So thank you for stopping by, everybody. Keep it up and stay interested in development, and see you on Friday, I hope. Have a good night, everyone. Bye.